And just like that, we are live. What is going on, Internet? And welcome to Almost On Time OnlyCops. For some odd reason, Microsoft wouldn't let my camera work, wouldn't let it wouldn't let anything work unless I updated it. And I was like, cool. And it told me like 5 minutes before stream. So sorry for being late. Let's see, hold on. Because I like to be consistent because I believe in transparency. First place belongs to Raira. She also gets the less honorable thing of being, let's see, that's one. Let's see, hold on. I will give my hellos for the uninitiated. This is OnlyCops. We do Bodycam breakdowns. We also do story adjacent things that are related to law enforcement. The whole purpose of this is to kind of baby Armchair Quarterback. The whole idea behind it is that we are trying to look at real life law enforcement encounters and apply both my own experience and then experience with everybody else that's in the chat, as well as some of our fellow podcasters, and see how we can see from the situations that are occurring whether or not we can glean some knowledge to better inform tactics and to better inform, that's 2, 3, 4. Anyways, better informed. Oh, we had a crash there. Better informed law enforcement related tactics on how to more safely navigate the job. Also, how to keep ourselves out of hot water legally. We're really toying on a report writing stream or just video that's specifically dedicated to. We'll just pick a body cam and be like, okay, we're gonna act like we're writing this report, right? It'd be kind of hard because I have to find one that has enough detail in it. We can flub some of it, but at least to show what the expectation should be for the offense or for writing a incident report or an offense report. And then on the flip side, for people that are just interested in law enforcement stuff or like actually knowing their rights, just to both better inform the public on how to more safely navigate law enforcement encounters. So I was at 4. 5, I'm gonna count. I had to use the bathroom as a late complaint. Hold on. I'm literally working. I did, despite taking 3 weeks off, I only lost about 4 to 5 seconds on my 2,000 meter row. So I'm not upset about that. I'm gonna call it. We're gonna call it 50. Yeah, I'm gonna call it 50. I'm gonna go ahead and say. Points away from chat for complaining. I'm over here working on my cardio, so in the off chance I do decide to go back and y'all are over here complaining about timeliness. I'm teasing. I want to give a big special thank you to our vigilantes. Without them, this stream would be much more complicated. I am actually having to do it on the fly where I pick up videos from today's. Oh, this is Thursday, June 12th. I need to find the correct Tuesday. That's the 17th. I got to scroll. Anyways, I want to thank them for organizing all the videos and also for all the people that are in our Patreon group or our YouTube membership, because without them, we wouldn't be able to do these streams. They're the ones that provide all the videos that we look at. If you guys are interested in joining that, you can do so for as little as $1 a month. I don't know why I can't find. There it is. Thank you to whomever pinged me. But anyways, I will give my thank yous for the uninitiated. If you want to skip ahead to the actual body cam breakdowns, you will see me move away from the scorecard. But until then, while the scorecard is still up, I'm saying hello to everybody that's here in the chat. I think we also have to get back to the ones that we missed from last week because I wasn't able to do it. I do not have to be up early tomorrow, so we will be getting an after party depending on how light it goes or how short the stream is, which good luck for that. But we'll see how that goes. Raira, you were indeed first. Christy, just jazz hands. It is good to see you. Also, congratulations to Christy on getting a new job. I'm excited for her. Give everybody a round of applause for Christy. Also to Juan's shirt. Caffeinated LD. Eric D's what? I do like that. Not El Pete. Brave Django. Welcome. Outback Pancake. I'm assuming this is a from Down Under thing. What is going on here? Why am I getting text messages? Oh, I'm fine. Those aren't important. Ben P, welcome back. I haven't seen Ben in a minute. Scrolling. Pat B, Good to see you. Erica, ARKA, Valentine, welcome. Ian, X-Bane, you're still on the, you're still riding the high of the $100 super chat, so I'm still going to leave you under special thank you. And to Longview PD, shout out to them for doing my de-escalation class. Shannon.
Longview PD's in here?
No.
Or is X-Bane out there?
Yeah, X-Bane's out there. Shannon, I will be going to the imaginary land of Ohio here soon, so I will get to see. I didn't realize Ohio was a constitutional carry state.
Oh.
Shout out to a northern state being kind of wild with it for their side of the planet, you know.
I mean, fictional lands can kind of do whatever they want.
They can do what they want.
Yeah. Yeah, but knows. You should show your mug, Josh.
Oh, yeah, here it is. I'm actually drinking coffee out of it. It's flipped because my image is flipped, so it's correct for y'all. But John C., Shannon, good to see you. Jordan, who put he changed his name kind of weird. Mark Musso, it is good to see you. I said hi to John C. Brian Miner, I'm superstitious and don't like stream until it goes live to make the algorithm go burnt. I can appreciate that. Oh, I like the hat. It's like a maroon. That actually turned out pretty decently for like the color scheme.
Yeah, I had a lot of black and like green hats, so I was like, I'll try it in maroon.
Try
and it came out pretty good.
Don't be Barry Strawspicious, or do be Barry Strawspicious. Welcome. Live, laugh, toaster bath. Welcome back. Tweaky the Grim. I do like your new name still. Shannon is here. Mr. Emu. Instructions to the locker room. Go get dirty stream comments. Mr. Emu probably having a little too much fun already. Andrea. Ian. Agent J. The Rookie. Just simply put, the Rookie. I forgot today was Tuesday. Notification made my day brighter. You made our day brighter, the Rookie. Welcome. Garrett. RJ. Shannon said what? Please speed in that shirt and video it. Well, it's Texas, so speeding would require like damn near reckless driving. So
apparently not.
Well,
near
that's
the
true.
City of Cisco, Texas.
That's true. Well, that's a little different.
ATAB,
baby. Mom is in the chat. Moses hit us with a potato. Welcome. Big Killer, Mr. Toastar. Jeff Dalheim. Ohio is for lovers equals exhibitionism. That's what I get for reading comments. Jeff, you're going to go and die in timeout. Oh, yes. The officer discretion is advised shirt. Oh, is it really available now?
Yes. So shout out to El Pete for helping out with making that.
I need
to
actually spend money on one of those.
Now, also stickers, also hoodies of it.
I need to get one of those. P-Woo, same in VT. Welcome. Dylan is here as well. Who am I missing? I said hi. It's refreshing, so I'm having to scroll a bit. Be patient with me. Lisa Rowe. Who else? Jerry White Rice. Golly. Jordan Sutton. That name gets me every time. Goon Squad Raptor 24 trying to get himself also in trouble. And Notorious Emu. Welcome. Say hi to Loki for me. All right, I used to do this all the time. Hello, Loki. I used to just give a little verbal soothing for the kitty. Upsetty Spaghetti, welcome. Tyler D, I would never miss you, brother. Aman Mishra, I believe I said that right. Juan's on duty today. Anyways, we're here. We will be getting a bill will eventually show up here in a second. So he did confirm with me. If you are here long enough, you'll get a bill and more merch. If you guys would like to support the channel some more, you can do it that way. I'm going to be pulling this up as I go. Again, thank you to my vigilantes for organizing all this stuff for me. I'm going to be trying to pull these generally. We might get a little spicy a little soon, so hold on to your buckets. I'm just going in order in the way they're showing up, so you don't have to wait too long for the administrative side of it. We can give a big L to Microsoft for making this a little more adventure. I was literally on time today, and then my computer decided to not work. Anyways, these are law enforcement interactions. Some of these are coming from Thursday, so if you're a Tuesday usually crowd, viewer discretion be advised, and officer discretion is advised, because we will be looking at real life law enforcement encounters. Some of those are unfortunately violent by nature, and we're not here to glorify said violence. We're just here to try to learn something from it, so that hopefully in the future, both the officers can be more informed in how to maybe better approach these, or at least have a game plan on how to approach these. Typically, situations like this get messy, and then for citizens, they can actually know their rights and realize that resistance is futile, but lawsuits make you a lot of money. But you have to be alive to win them. So,
and I think it's quite insidious.
Ooh. Yeah, that's the reaction tonight to what some are calling a shadow police force in downtown Nashville. Good evening. I'm Lauren Lowry.
And I'm Tracy Cornett. It is all tied into our chief investigative reporter, Jeremy Finley's thin, blurred line reporting. Now, Jeremy, it's important to say who these police aren't.
Yeah, that's right, Tracy. They are not Metro Police. They are not sheriff's deputies. And they're certainly not security guards driving unmarked cars like this. But a WSMV4 investigation found they have made hundreds of arrests of homeless people in this area of downtown Nashville, using unmarked cars like we just showed you to take them to jail. A member of this off-duty police detail is coming forward tonight, saying their directive from their bosses is clear: remove the homeless to improve the city's image. It's Friday, May 9th, and you're about to see how a whistleblower says homeless are being secretly cleared out of downtown Nashville, arrested and jailed, but not by Metro Police.
I find it deeply troubling, and I think it's quite insidious.
WSMV4 Investigates watched as Michael Lambert, a homeless man sitting on Lower Broadway, suddenly stood up when this man in a yellow shirt identifying him as a downtown ambassador came to talk to him. What did he say to you?
They told me I couldn't sit. You got to stand up.
You can see Lambert quickly did it, because he knows what happens if he doesn't. In this 2023 affidavit, Lambert was doing the same thing, found to be obstructing a temporary access passageway, found sitting on the sidewalk with an open container of alcohol.
Resisting a house.
Open container, I know at least here can be an issue. Heck, having it. Where was it that like PI is not even illegal? What was that, Washington State?
I think that was one of the Midwestern states. It might have been Ohio.
I mean, we're gonna blame Ohio.
We're gonna 100% blame Ohio.
But depending on the state, simply just the like open beverage, if it's alcoholic, they could go that route for like a actual criminal offense that they're on viewing at that point. But the homeless population is complicated, and I can see both sides of the coin, right? Collectively, if you're new here, I hate unmarked units. I truly despise. If you're having to hide what you're doing as the government, you're likely doing something wrong. Specifically in law enforcement, if you're over there trying to get Bin Laden, that's one thing, right? That's a whole different side of the government. That's the projection of government power, which is its own side conversation as far as morally and ethically or whatever. But when you're talking about policing the populace, everybody's one of God's children here, okay, homeless or not. So you have to treat everybody, and these, again, unalienable rights, which are ascribed to anybody that's going to be here. You have to apply evenly. I don't mind the idea of saying, well, there's a city ordinance that says you can't do something. That's going to be a citation. It is a misdemeanor. And in our state, if I unview a misdemeanor, I can take you to jail. Fine. In a lot of instances, I've actually leveraged this to get people out of dangerous, like inclement weather. 95% of the time in Texas, it's going to be 80 degrees or hotter. It's hot here, right? Mm-hmm. And so most homeless people don't have coats. They don't keep them. Maybe they got a hoodie at best. But when it's like 12 degrees outside with 100% humidity, they can die from exposure very, very quickly. And so I would leverage if they wouldn't willingly go to a homeless shelter. And we had really rad churches. Shout out, I think it was the First Baptist Church there in downtown Arlington that used to hook us up with that. Arlington Life also, shout out to them. That is an incredibly cool organization. But if they wouldn't willingly go, or sometimes they were a little sussy because they were like a sex offender or something like that they can't go into one of these, I'd be like, yo, dog, are you drinking a beer? They're like, yep. And I'm like, all right, let's go to jail. It's a warm place to take a shower. They can hang out, eat some food, and not die, right? That's kind of the goal here. I have leveraged that in the past to have the authority to get them out of that situation. Specifically when it comes to high traffic areas like this, the one downside to the homeless population here is you'll have vacationers, you'll have young kids, or just idiot city slickers that don't understand how to deal with the homeless population, right? There's some issues, especially when you talk about drug usage or MHMR or people with mental health issues, right? That the interaction with the public is going to be complicated. It's not illegal to be crazy, but you do owe it to the citizens to kind of be a buffer between disturbances, right? You are a peacekeeper or a keeper of the peace. And so there's going to be some amount of law enforcement interaction here, but I would rather it be uniformed law enforcement in marked units. Because honestly, we had this issue with panhandling where so you had panhandlers, right? And then you had people that would fake as panhandlers to rob people. And so as just a blanket policy for a while, we arrested panhandlers, right? Or at least ticketed them. And so literally I would just drive by and they would leave. And I would drive by and they would leave. And mere presence alone was enough to deter the behavior. And either they found a less traffic-y place to panhandle or they just stopped altogether. And most of it, we didn't want them walking out into the roadway. There's literally a pedestrian in a roadway. There's a lot of different things you can look at from that perspective, but also from a, I guess, like we said, a safety standpoint. We had old ladies getting mugged and stuff like that by homeless people, so we wanted to deter that kind of stuff. This is a complicated situation. So on one hand, I am glad. De Montreal, what's going on, homie?
He hasn't been here in a while.
It's been a minute. Also, Cloner, thank you for monetizing what's 100% going to be an unmonetizable stream today. Tennessee's got a mixed bag, in my opinion, of how they enforce the law. I've seen some really, really crappy policing come out of their state police. I think it was them.
Sometimes they like to just pull you out of your car.
Right. Well, but also they were the ones that did, it was like 700 bad arrests for DWI, where they were like
yeah, that's
blowing
true,
zeros.
yeah.
I was like, dog. There's like a handful for a state, right? Let's say you're at like 0.5% of your arrests, they turn up to just be zero because it was like, I don't know, they had low like blood sugar or something weird like that, but they had all the signs, right?
Sleepy boys.
Or sleepy people, right? Like I don't mind them pulling them out. I don't mind the investigation, but like it is not complicated to figure out whether someone's drunk. To have 700 come back, like straight, and that's the ones we know of, right? Like there could be more. They just hooked them up and whatever.
Was that the one where they had a deal with like either a defense attorney or a prosecutor or something? Because they were basically like, they would tell him, call this guy, he'll get you out of it or something.
And there was like a kickback happened. It was shady. Anyways, Tennessee's a mixed bag in my opinion as a state. But in general, I can see both sides of the fence. But at the very minimum, in the money they're spending on the overtime and the unmarked vehicles and all that, you could very easily have uniformed officers. You're paying for them. Worse, on a part-time, you're likely having to pay more than you would to just pay regular officers while they're on duty to intervene in something like this. So I don't know. I have issues.
So X-Bane has a pertinent question here. Would it be legal to fight those guys in self-defense if they put hands on you?
Homeless people?
No.
Oh, I was like, I mean, yeah.
No, unmarked, or I guess ununiformed.
So
Jump out, boys.
Not to encourage this, but we're going to have the discussion. So let's say I'm jeans and a t-shirt, right? And all I got is a gun in my hand, right? And
Hoodie and a mask, let's say.
Literally, right, literally, yeah, hoodie and a mask. And I jump out and decide that I'm going to aggressively detain you as a citizen. There's very real legal precedents that you can absolutely put me on the FAFO chart and say, look, dog, I have no idea who you are. I'm going to treat you, because it's not reasonable for me to just assume you're a law enforcement officer. You're some bearded brown guy just trying to jump me on the side of the road. And so a great example of this was Breonna Taylor's boyfriend killed a law enforcement officer during a warrant cert, right? No announcements, no nothing, warrant. Right? No knock warrant, no nothing. and he was completely exonerated. Now, did he sit in county? Sure. You beat the hell out of a cop, are you going to sit in county? 1,000%. But there is a legal precedence for it. It's just really similar to like even a self-defense shooting. You could be 1,000% in the right. Dude kicks in your door, threatens to kill your family. It's all caught on the Ring camera. You smoke that guy. Some jurisdictions will be very cool. Realize it is what it is. See the Ring camera thing, but it's pretty straightforward, right? Just take a statement from you, seize your gun, and leave you there. Most departments are going to be like, let's take a trip to the station. Yeah, like let's have a conversation. Do the GSR, do their due diligence. You're going to get arrested. You did just kill or beat up somebody.
Same as any self-defense situation.
That's what I mean. That's for anybody, right? So, but there is legal precedence that you 100% could throw hands. If this is why I don't like unmarked, undercover people trying to put hands on the populace. It puts them in an unreasonable situation where and I'll be honest, it happens way less here in Texas, where again, it's constitutional carry. Heck, this is like a weird caveat. If you have a license to carry, you do have some level of like obligation to inform law enforcement. Like if you get pulled over, you have to show it to them. But if you're just carrying under constitutional carry, you have no obligation whatsoever to inform that you're armed at all, which is kind of wild. But that's I don't know. It depending on how your legislator looks at it, it's complicated. But the short answer is yes, you can throw hands.
I do want to add as a tiny little caveat, which I did post in the chat, but I like this saying that graveyards are filled with people who were legally in the right. Mm-hmm. So like a little bit of civilian discretion advised on that one.
That's kind of what I mean.
Could you be correct?
Yeah,
sure.
Sure.
Could they have like 4 other dudes in the unmarked van that'll jump out and shoot you?
Yeah.
Also very possible.
And it's why I oftentimes don't have like a lot of sympathy for people that do auditing that suffer some sort of legal consequence. I was like, well, I mean, like, if I was a cop and I ran up to a bunch of gangbangers and started talking trash, I can't be mad when they fight me, right? Like, or this turns into a shooting or this turns into whatever. Like, there is a certain level of onus.
But pranks.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So like when you're encouraging and it's with anybody, that's not just law enforcement, that's anybody, right? Yeah, the heck, there's people in prison that were legally right, but pulled the wrong judge. Like, you know what I mean? Or they're doing it in the wrong circuit court or whatever. The amount of times that the law has changed after the fact, it's like, well, you missed a cutoff by a day, you know, if your interaction would have been a few months prior. So I don't know. Avoid conflict. Be a defensive driver of life, and you're probably going to be just fine. That's how I've gotten this far without getting arrested.
He was placed under arrest.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
But not by Metro Police. Instead, by a state trooper using unmarked cars like this one. Part of what this whistleblower describes as a secretive unit often summoned by downtown ambassadors with one clear directive.
Our job is to police the homeless community.
This whistleblower should know he's one of the state troopers working the unit.
Profiling is what it is.
The troopers, they want to with you.
It's not really profiling because you really don't have any authority unless they're doing something illegal, right? And so, like, it's not if I'm panhandling or I'm hammered on the sidewalk or whatever, there's an on-viewed offense. Profiling would be I'm going to follow a person until they do something illegal, right? And you can you can profile cars, you just can't profile people, right?
What about starting a consensual interaction with a dude that's sitting there, but he looks disheveled. He looks like he might have been drinking. Maybe he's currently drinking, but it's brown paper bags, so you don't really technically know what's in there. Like, what about that sort of gray area there?
So like a consent stop. I mean, consent stop's a consent stop. You got to be clear that that's what you're doing.
If you've got a pattern of those, essentially, because
that's literally Terry v. Ohio, right? Like you start to look at some of that stuff and say, hey, we had a robbery, so I'm just gonna stop everybody within a 5-mile radius. And you're like, oh, okay, dude. Like, if it just happened, he turned the corner and the guy's right there, that's one thing. But like me putting like a 3-hour hold on an area and stopping everybody that fits the description, like that can become very unreasonable. I do think, like, obviously they're picking a specific area where they have a homeless problem, right? And they're probably approaching these people and interacting them with them. They're digging for reasonable suspicion, right? Like that's what they're looking for. the same thing happens on speed traps. I didn't police that way. I literally forgot how LiDARs worked by the end of my career because I never used one. I never stopped for speed. I sped, so I didn't.
Because you're a good person.
Exactly.
You notice these were troopers.
Exactly. A-tab, baby. Also,
A-tab.
Jinja, I love you. And welcome.
Notice we don't have any trooper merch.
Exactly. Welcome, Josiah Hill, Eddie, Lisa Rowe. If you weren't already a member, you are now. Katie Eccleton. I'm going to assume that's what that is. Medic Gray, Patarock. There's a couple people. If you're now a member, you can join the Discord. If you'd like, go through your membership thing. Since you're a member, you can go join the Discord. It's a really cool place. You can bug me 24/7, as some people do. I'm gonna look judgingly to the camera. Well, you're different.
Yeah.
Karim, he said it's legal to fight homeless people. Dude, the quotes. But yeah, I think that if you have a targeted problem, so like we had shootings, right? Like we were literally named Dagtown as like a fun street name because we had a lot of shootings in Arlington for per capita, right? And so I looked at where I knew drug dealers sold drugs because that's where all my shootings were happening, and I tried to deter them from selling drugs in my city. And so they would go, do that in Fort Worth or do that in Grand Prairie or whatever. Go do it in Euless. Let it be their problem. I owe it, and the citizens of that city are paying me to keep them safe, so that was my job. It seems less sinister to the population when you put it that way. Or like, hey, I know that, at parks, pedophiles come show up like flies. So, you better believe I was like, wait a minute. This car didn't drop off a kid, and it's just been circling. Like, maybe I go and be interested in why this car is circling a park full of kids, and not having any good reason to be there. Even though I have no other offense, they're totally obeying the laws, which is why I like to mark units. Simply me showing up 9 times out of 10 got them to move on, and that was enough, right, to keep people. I have no idea. There's no way to know how much crime I prevented. Just by simply being and we had like cherry blue like cars. Our cars were very super visible,
Obnoxious.
Yeah, they were really ridiculous. But
they had I'm trying to remember the last time because they have the big old like star or big A thing, right?
Yeah.
They were pretty
really intensely
very
noticeable.
visible.
Yeah, and then they had the white doors, so even at night they was just like very bright. Yeah, it was a thing. We'll keep going.
Did you ever think it was strange that state troopers were down here?
Always. I mean, they should be out on the interstate.
Of all the divisions the THP displays on its website, there is no mention of patrolling downtown Nashville. Here's where the trooper says the lines get blurred. He says while they are in uniform working for the unit, they aren't working for the state. They're being paid for part-time work with private dollars by the Downtown Partnership through a contract with the security company Solarin, which is
That's such a loopholey load of bullshit.
So there's the only thing I've seen close to this is like, let's say you have a wedding venue, right? And at my wedding venue, I'm going to allow for alcohol to be there. In the state of Texas, it's required that if you're putting on an event and you're going to serve alcohol, you have to have a police officer present, right? It has to be a police officer, not a security guy, somebody with arrest powers.
And they have to be a good dancer.
Exactly.
Because they will dance with someone
eventually, right?
All the videos.
Generally speaking, it's going to be a law enforcement officer within the town, right? Because they'll basically have a contract with the city. The city has to approve it, and the hours are all logged through the city. Now, somebody else is paying basically the city to have it. It's kind of like a fine or like a permit, basically, but you're paying for that cost to have the officer there. But they're going to be within jurisdictions. They're going to have radios and all that stuff in full uniform. This is very different. This is weird. Just because it's all privately funded. Like, it's one thing when you're paying for your quinceañera to, have a cop there in case people get a little too turned. But like, oh, thank you so much. I'm getting caffeine. This is you ready, chat? This is beans with rice and cheese. This is all homemade. My wife would make a good Mexican. So, yeah, this is pretty sus.
At the center of our thin blurred line investigation, paid not to be security,
They really
but
love
to
that
be
line.
police.
The little
They really
thin
do.
blurred line.
But wait a minute. You may be asking, why would private businesses even need a police force if Metro Police has their own precinct on Lower Broadway? This trooper says the
'Cause they're busy
businesses
with real
who are
crimes.
part of the downtown partnership are frustrated, saying Metro Police isn't focused on the homeless.
These companies were fed up with that, and so they were paying.
So this was something I discussed last year, and I remember talking about this, and it's weird that, prophetic, it's like I've done this before, that as you see an erosion of the public side of policing, look at Dallas, who's down 1,000 officers. Like, that's a lot of officers. You will see basically the Pinkertons show back up and have private police. And this is obviously not to get too terribly controversial with it, but this is only going to side with business owners, the bourgeoisie, if you want to call it that. This does make for a very weird. I don't like the idea of private entities because it's going to be their policy, it's going to be their SOPs, and even though the law is very clear,
Their system of accountability. That is
the way that they're applying the law and their objectives are based solely on who's paying, who's cutting the check, right?
Mm-hmm.
When it's the people, cool. You're held accountable by a city manager. That budget can be taken from you. It's a negotiation, right? Constantly. We are constantly trying to keep you as happy as you possibly can be with us so that when we want raises just like everybody else for whatever, like you have to earn that in a way. It's all performance-based versus what's a private business, dog? These are armed agents basically running around with the authority to arrest. You know, like this is it. That's a much sussier. But yeah.
Solarian to pay us to police downtown Nashville.
This trooper says almost immediately he started regretting working part-time for the unit. Photos like these, taken by the troopers, were being passed around to show how homeless could be removed from Lower Broadway simply for sitting or holding signs.
If his arms are out wide and he's holding a cardboard sign out, he's blocking people from walking, right? And so they would say, so you can arrest him. Let's say you had an attractive woman sitting on the sidewalk, you were to leave them alone and only deal with
An unequal application of the law. This is specifically where the fear comes into, right?
the homeless people. We're not to do it to the tourists because they're the ones that are bringing in revenue.
WSMV4 Investigates found troopers made 337 arrests over a 2-year period
that's not a
of
lot.
people taken into custody on charges like public intoxication or obstruction of a passageway.
Yeah.
Of those 337, the majority, 209, listed their addresses as homeless or at a homeless shelter. And we found many of the charges from the troopers' arrests were dismissed. In Lambert's case, the
shocking.
DA's office nollied the charge, meaning they decided not to prosecute.
I just think it's so cruel and so dehumanizing.
Allie Wallace is the executive director of Open Table Nashville, a
Now, do I think this nonprofit is doing good work? Yes. I think there's people within that organization that truly want to help the homeless population and have a kind heart towards that. My experience with nonprofits, and I did very real, literally I got hired on, this was my first job right out of policing, was to do investigations on nonprofits. And basically my boss was like, I don't want to work with scummy people. You're a cop, you're going to be good at digging up dirt. Here's your job, you know. It was great. Most nonprofits are there to take your money and not give it to homeless people. You'll have executive directors that are getting paid like $300,000 a year, something crazy like that. And then like they're going to hire assistants that are going to get paid a lot of people. And I'm not saying these people don't need to make money. And I'm not saying you don't want to attract like highly qualified people, right? Because like let's say it was a marketing campaign. to raise awareness. You don't want to pay me to do that. You want to pay Juan to do that because Juan has the skills, and he's not going to be cheap, right? He's going to be objectively more expensive than I would be, right? Because I don't have the same skills for editing and all that other kind of stuff. So I'm not saying you don't want the programmatic money to go to skilled people, but we're not paying Juan $500,000, right? When a portion of that could easily go to actually going towards the people that need the help. If the goal was to do that, I would find somebody with his skills, say, hey, you cool with taking $80K, to do this campaign? He being like, that's maybe less than I would do for that much work. But hey, I have a bleeding heart for this the same way you do. That's reasonable. That'll cover my costs. I can cover everything that's going to go. I'm not losing money to participate in this. And then most of the funds being raised are actually going to what you're saying you're doing versus... That's the only thing I get real sussy when I see nonprofit people come out, because they're very quick to condemn stuff like this. Because for them, what they see is businesses giving money to arresting homeless people as opposed to giving them money to maybe help them. That's my only issue with this.
Yeah.
I am cheap.
Homeless advocacy group.
How many people that this little shadow police force is arresting, how many of them are getting the services they need, the resources they need to not be back out on the streets again?
There will be people that will see this story and they will say, listen, I don't have a problem with them removing homeless from downtown. It actually makes it look better. What would you say to them?
I don't think it looks good for our city to penalize people for having nowhere else to go.
They might be off.
So conversely, my only argument back to this lady is if the homeless problem was so bad that they've resorted to this, how much money were you making as an organization, and what were you doing to provide the services? I'm good if it was like a concerned citizen, right? Journalists, it's like literally their job to go and find stories like these and say, hey, well, how does the population feel about this? How does the taxpayer, let's inform the taxpayer of what's going on with their money, right? Or like if even just their money as like a consumer, right? Like, am I going to go participate commercially with a business that's doing something that I think is scummy, right? Hiring Pinkertons to go, like, I'm not saying they're murdering these homeless, but they're just taking them to jail. But what if that was happening?
Off-putting to have them downtown, but they're humans also, and they have the same rights as everybody else, just because they don't have a home and they don't have money.
For weeks, WSMV4 Investigates asked for interviews with the THP, the Downtown Partnership, and the CEO of Solaren, Jack Bird. Bird referenced our questions to the THP and the Downtown Partnership. Neither of them would do an interview. The Nashville Downtown Partnership sent a statement reading, officers do not profile or target individuals, saying the...
Oh, no. Just a type of individual. Not individuals, but a type of individual.
role of the THP with the partnership in the last year and 4 months.
Michael.
Michael, I do have good news for you. I was editing
We lost
last night. I am about a third of the way through the next episode, so I'm going to try to knock that out
go.
this week, which means 30 days from that, you'll
Let's
get it.
go.
Because copyright
Months of
nonsense.
2025 made 94,000
ABC
interactions
is nice
with
to
the
me.
homeless, with 6,000 accepting offers for services. We asked to review their data, but they did not provide it. After being arrested by a trooper for refusing to move, Lambert is now right back on Lower Broadway. But as we witnessed,
Black dogs matter.
much more cautious now about being defiant.
You know, I'll respect your wishes and I'll get up, but I got to get up in my own time. I got a busted knee.
Wow, Jeremy, I think a lot of it.
Okay. My big thing is if the charges are good, I'm good with it, to be honest. And that's going to sound weird, but I was like, as long as you're actually enforcing the law as it was designed to be enforced, I have no problem with it at all. It's when you're being sussy. I still don't like that they're circumventing like the
If
taxpayers.
this was Metro
will.
patrolling downtown under a normal, regular, standard patrol doing this, cool. You're taking a part-time to specifically do this exact thing.
Voters
Because
last
the business owners of the area have decided to make you their particular task force for homeless harassment. Like, that was a very different thing. I think, the end result is technically the same.
Points. We're going to be petty. Oh, hold on.
Yeah. Do it.
Done. Sorry, got to add the 6.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I hate that we spend a lot of time dunking on Dallas. You know what I need to do? I need to go and like just do an interview with the Dallas police chief and be like, look, dog, let's talk about this. Like, you know, like, how do we make this better?
I could have maybe made it happen with the old chief. I don't know the new one. I met the old one a couple times.
The last interview I saw with that guy
was cool.
Probably never. Negative 50 to admin. Okay.
False.
They're letting it happen. I'm okay with that. I'll allow that. Oh, and society for not being mad about it. Oh, but you know what? Points to media. I hated the blurred line thing, but I'll give them points for at least covering the story. You need a city council? Dude, city council, for real, should probably be its own category. I'm too old to think Dallas. I wonder what the Ewings are up to. Stupid. He's referring to the show.
Said they want more police officers on Dallas streets. DPD says while those numbers are on the rise, creating opportunities for new applicants, even those without college experience, is a potential path forward. David Goins has details about a new pilot program.
In its quest to both lower violent crime and increase the number of cops on the street, DPD taking a step forward, citing both decreased numbers in murders and robberies so far this year, while adding it projects to exceed its hiring goal of 300 new officers by the end of September.
You've got a ratio of officers leaving to being hired that's the best I've seen since I've been on council.
DPD is also now at its highest staffing level in 8 years, topping 3,200 sworn officers.
You're on the right track. You got to keep going.
Which means the department may, for the first time, look to high school graduates to add more officers.
We want to open up a...
Hold the phone.
I don't like that.
Well, problem number one is it's codified in state law that they have to be 21. And if it took you to 21 to graduate high school, there's bigger problems, right? Like, not saying life can't get in the way, but...
Three-year academy.
I guess, dude. I don't know, man. This is man, you were asking a lot out of a 19-year-old. Stand by.
Yeah.
Do you mind sitting a timer for 30 minutes?
I've been a Dallas high school graduate.
Sure, I can do it. Yeah, I'm just set a timer
Not
for the
been a
wife.
good cop.
I mean, yeah, I didn't become a police officer till I was 26. So
Well after. Yeah.
I was a grown-ass man. Timer, 30 minutes for being a good husband. Let's go. Okay, it has started now. Yeah. I know, don't just set that timer. Put them up. No, I got you. Can you leave the door open? It'll cool it off in here. Hell yeah. Let's go. Okay. I can scream now.
New pathway and almost, like a funnel to get more people in front of DPD.
Under a pilot program given an initial approval Tuesday, DPD would allow anyone 21 and older and with a high school diploma or GED and 3 years of stable employment to try and enter DPD's academy. The partnership with UNT Dallas would also allow recruits to earn up to 45 hours of college credit for academic work they're already doing in the academy. High school graduates can already apply to be a cop in cities like Austin and San Antonio.
Okay. They at least are allowing them to be 21. I'm like, how are you circumventing that? Are there good applicants that don't have college experience? Yes. I think they would be better served taking these kids and saying, hey, you can apply for the program, right? Go through basically a version of BPOC, which would be like basic police officer, academy, basically. Maybe some college classes. If you pass everything, the whole thing could be tuition free, paid for, or whatever, and then you go straight into recruiting. You could be doing PT the whole time. You could take that kid from out of shape. That's 3 years is plenty of time to take that kid from super out of shape to the fitness standard you want, or better. You could force them to watch live streams so they can be more informed about being good at policing.
We count as CEUs.
We should. Don't listen to the news.
And this is something I think I've mentioned on stream before, but I like the concept of essentially a trade school for policing, right? Where it's like, hey, you're not really cut out for college, right? Like that's not really what you want to do. You want to be, and maybe not necessarily you need to be a cop. Maybe you're not cut out to be a cop, but you could potentially still end up in some kind of,
dispatcher,
service field,
reporting.
right?
Oh, dude.
Mm-hmm. And it just, you have essentially an associate's level course level of work. I'd probably do 3 years instead of 2, like they're doing, or even 4.
Mm-hmm.
But where it takes you through like, hey, you're going to be like journeyman level of policing when you get out, right?
Yeah.
And you can now go and apply, and you are much better suited to be a recruit for police. We've already vetted the worst people out, hopefully, by that point.
You have behavioral.
Without
and
having
all that
the
stuff.
incentive and the pressure that police departments have to staff for manpower, right? You're going to this trade school, they're trying to just get the best people out there, ideally, because they're trying to make sure their certification is worth a damn.
Yeah.
To the departments that are going to be hiring these recruits.
And really, too, like, it gives you a really good opportunity to see someone go through relationships, go through having to deal with some level of financial hardship, deal with some level of independence. Maybe take the time to get all the de-escalation stuff out of the way. Get all so they can come to the job, because they're still gonna have to go through an academy after this. I would believe, I would assume that third year is probably their academy.
If laterals have to, they should.
Right.
But that's why I would probably not gear it so much as an academy. It's not like a mini academy before real academy, right? It is more like, hey, this is coursework. You can focus on specific things maybe you want to do in your career. Maybe you do want to be a dispatcher. Maybe you do want to be, EMS or something like that, right? But where you go specifically like, okay, we're going to take a semester of de-escalation course. We're going to take a semester of emergency medicine. We're going to take a semester of, you're taking your 3 hours of whatever. And that gets you more prepared. So you have the skill set, and it's about the skill set, not necessarily about shortcutting your way through an academy.
I also think like just reading comprehension. You know what I mean? Like writing skills. Like I had to take a technical writing school, like for my bachelor's degree, because I was pre-med, so I had like advanced chemistry in my bachelor's degree. But
I want to see how many ChatGPT reports are flooding DAs right now.
Imagine, dude. Don't get me started. I've been having fun watching like all the like legal people using ChatGPT, and I was like, come on.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're getting straight up lawsuits thrown out just because you can't do your own research and write something up.
Yeah, but I think like just courses on critical thinking, like a lot of the sort of basic things that don't really get taught in most elementary, middle, and high schools.
Goon Squad Raptor. You would think explorers are doing that, but they're not. Explorers are doing what ROTC does, and the problem with that is you're just getting baby academy, right? The fitness standards aren't the same. The expectation for like demeanor is very different, and they're kids. It should be different, right? But the problem is they're not actually studying on anything that would be remotely fruitful. Like, why are we OCing kids in the Explorers program? They're gonna have to get re-OC'd later. Why are we OCing them? Just to torture them? Like what are we doing? You could easily be learning stuff like there's crime impact theories that are out there, broken glass theory, stuff like that, which again, there's problems with some of these studies, but you're at least getting the academic side of understanding the higher level view. Again, like it was what made, I had a discussion with a colleague about this the other day. My old department, and it was a big thing that they bragged about, was they required a 4-year degree, period, before you even applied. Then you had to go through academy, then you had to do field training. So this is almost 6 years effectively worth of education and training he had to do before you were wearing that department's uniform, right? The gun and the badge and the whole nine. There were idiots there, don't get me wrong. College does not make you smart. But it gave officers the opportunity that you had a higher concentration of officers that understood the totality of what their job was and how the scope of their work affected a population, right? Listen to the way that I discuss policing. I was not the smartest person in my department. I'm definitely not the best cop that was there, but that was the expectation that they wanted recruits. Was I maybe like a great example of? Sure. Yeah. I think they were very proud to have me there. And I'm sure I was one of their brown boys.
You gave that guy a sticker.
Exactly.
The kid a sticker.
Exactly. Yeah. But they were, this guy, you knew that would piss me off.
Yeah.
But
let's pull up the article again. There was the video.
No, please. But that's kind of what your aim should be. Now, these guys just need bodies, so I get it. But the goal should really be, especially if you're going to invest time, money, and energy into a program like this, is get those people that are going to see it on a higher level, understand use of force policy a little bit better, like understand like what the application of the law is designed to do, right?
It's like most societal problems. Like the best time to start is 20 years ago, right? So
right.
Make 20 years ago now.
Right.
And in 20 years, you're going to have really good cops. And right now, just try to find some decent ones to get you through. I like Pavel's point here. He said, what if entry point to police wasn't always patrol? Some people could do well in investigations and other division units, but patrol is incredibly demanding and it can root a lot of people out.
I talk about this all the time. And I truly believe detective spots, crime scene's already not a sworn position in most departments. And crime scene's critical, like super critical for prosecuting major cases, murders, investigating suicides, crazy shootings. Crime scene comes out for those because they're big, serious crimes. None of them are sworn people. They cost the department way less, but they're way better at the job. That's all they do. Right? Same thing like with most of our like ancillary staff for all our entire record keeping room, non-sworn. Our entire evidence room, non-sworn. Because they recruited, they were like, I need you to have been a really good Nazi back in the day. Like they found those three ladies. But like, I do think within those areas, report writing, crime scene, all that stuff, you could take an 18-year-old kid and you could take a 16-year-old kid and put them there where they can start getting dipping their toes in the water, if you want to say that, and like, hey, is this something for me? Am I interested? Then they'll get to see why dispatch is the way dispatch is, right? They'll get to see.
For that, you could do a co-op program where it's like, hey, while you're getting your college degree, you can get some college credits by doing intern work with our department, helping them.
I did it as a high school kid for hospitals.
Exactly.
I was sitting in a room.
I got the idea.
Yeah, I was sitting in a room watching C-sections at 18 years old. Deciding whether or not, and they were, I would never forget that. My lab partner, that was her last day deciding that she wanted that life. She saw what a C-section looks like on the business end, and she was like, oh, I'm good. One, I don't know if I'm ever having a kid, and two, like, I know for damn sure I can't do nursing, right? But I think that would be more valuable than the Explorers program, which is all very, like, academic in nature. One, you take probably a lot of burden off of the police department from a budget standpoint. Imagine having an army of volunteers cleaning the cars, helping with maintenance, helping with making sure that the report stuff is good, making sure that you have DWI packets ready. Huge.
Testing all the guns.
Testing guns on each other, whatever. Anyways.
Making sure the tasers work.
18-year-olds make great crime scene photographers. I bet, dude. If you had the training, I used to have to take my own.
Yeah, except their face is going to be in all of them.
That's probably true. I don't know.
It's a dumb joke.
There's a discussion.
Is the person mature enough to take on what we're asking them to do to become a Dallas police officer? That's a huge responsibility.
You called the cops for nothing! DPD believes opening a pathway for non-college applicants will mark another strategy to recruit and keep officers, one the full city council may consider as early as August. In Dallas, David Goins, NBC5.
I'm going to give him 10 points for trying. I'm going to also give some to admin because they technically deserve that. And that's about it. I think the easiest way to describe it. So if like logistics, so if you look at the military is a great example of this. Logistics, baby, you can't be dumb, but you can be a little dumb, right? But typically you'll take like the less hard-hitting dudes and put them in logistics, right? You're like idiots. You're putting like in a weird, like you're just mopping floors or something weird or making sandwiches. You can't even cook because they might screw that up, right? Like that's still technically like a mission critical thing. Like, well, you can't mess with the food or people die. And then you'll have people that maybe make great mechanics. They have their ASVAB score is really high. They're super smart. Probably not the greatest at taking orders, but hey, I'm really good at the wrench. I'm very accountable, right? When I need to be. If you just give me a task and leave me the hell alone. Maybe that's where you put it. The military is, I'm not going to say perfect, but at least better at figuring out, hey, we have to have high demand jobs here. Who fits this profile? WPB. Really, if I wasn't a 200-pound man, I would have really struggled on patrol. I didn't have the unique disposition. I'm too nice is most of it, to be honest. It was great when you had to go do like the friendly customer service side of policing, but like the, hey, we got to go arrest a felon that just almost killed his wife. That took time for me to learn. If I could be and admit openly that was the thing that I had to be taken from a civilian mindset and transition to it, sure. They looked at me and thought, just like the kids or the coaches when I was a kid, well, that was a big kid, he should do stuff. It's the same thing. So I got lucky in that instance, but conversely, like, is probably a reason why I'm not a paralegal, you know, like I without word, I struggle a bit.
Spelling is required.
Right. But there's stuff like that. I don't know. There's a lot to consider in that. And I do think I'm nice to killers. Everybody's one of God's children, okay? But it really did. And I've said this multiple times on the channel.
They murdered other God's children.
Amen. It took probably about a year and a half before me looking back on it now, I would have trusted me 100% to make the right call. Those times where I'm like, shoot that fool. Like every single time I've yelled that, year one me would have hesitated just as much. I know that about myself. I'm honest with, and that's why typically I'll be like, hey, I get it. It's stressful. It's whatever. But after like a year or two, dog, you should be gone. They should have washed you out if you've shown and demonstrated that you can't make that decision because it's not for you, right? But maybe you're good at reporting. Maybe you're good at whatever. And I also think like you really could get, God, could you imagine the amount, like the kids that are out here playing like League of Legends and shit as like a dispatcher, if you were really good at it, like, oh my goodness, you know what I mean? Like you don't have to be a track star or even like super nice to people. You're only going to interact with other cops, you know, or people on the radio. That's your domain. Like you're going to interact with a handful of people up there at dispatch, but like there are skills that have nothing to do with the door kicking and fighting people.
You could be like the backseater in a fighter, like for a fighter pilot.
Oh yeah.
Running plates, running reports, doing the radio. And then when some crazy crap happens, you hide behind the car.
Right.
And just
I still
the PA, stop doing that.
Yeah. I've still really liked the idea of having either like a social worker or whatever that's getting the training, literally just a social worker. You're not expected to run in there. You're not expected to fight, but you're taking the neural load off the officer that I'm asking to do life or death decisions all the time and be ready for the foot pursuit and have the hands-on skills. That's a very different person. Now there's people that can do both. It's easier. I was in that lucky few people that you happen to be large and athletic and smart. So I got to learn the aggression side of it. Right. And that was a lot more forgiving versus like not large, not smart. You're going to really struggle here. You have to contribute in some way, but anyways, it's important.
Tode said, Josh reminds me of Pooh Bear, which is great because you are wearing a red shirt and no pants.
I am, literally, as of right now. This tracks. I'm winning the pooing it. It's at 58 minutes and 40 seconds.
Oh, bother. You're hanging out with a bunch of piglets.
Literally, it's the best.
5 News at noon starts with breaking news.
Breaking news here at noon, 7 West Palm Beach police officers surrendering in connection to a deadly crash that killed a mother and her pregnant daughter. It happened last summer, and it follows a months-long investigation into whether these officers violated pursuit policy. Thanks for joining us.
Going to jail for violating pursuit policy. 2 of my write-ups came from violating pursuit policy. Shout out to you boys.
This could have been you.
Well, no, I didn't do anything dangerous. I just was a little sussy with how fast I was driving.
As for WPBF 25 News at noon, I'm Stephen Graves.
And I'm Tiffany Kenny. We have team coverage for you this afternoon. Reporters Nikita Ramos and Terry Parker are live outside the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office with what we're learning about the case. We begin with Terry with new details about the crash. Terry?
We have just also received the arrest report for these 7 officers, and it backs up my original reporting that these officers allegedly were not only involved in an improper high-speed chase at speeds up to 100 miles an hour, resulting in a double fatal crash, but that they left the scene, did not render aid, and did not report the crash.
Super jail.
My write-up was for driving too fast for 8 seconds on a highway. And I was going, I think 130 on I-30. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. There was nobody else there. Mm-hmm. And it was literally only because I was the 3rd officer there. And I didn't tell anybody because I didn't want to get on the radio and be like, is it cool if I can have sergeant approval to get on the... I just showed up. And it was literally 8 seconds. Shout out to your boy. And the second one was...
Josh gets it done in 8 seconds.
Exactly.
Ladies.
Exactly. You know, I'm efficient. See, because depending on what I'm getting done in 8 seconds.
If that's all a bull rider needs, what do you need more for?
Exactly. But yeah.
Good enough for the rodeo.
So causing an accident's one thing, right? Like you're driving fast, accident happens. You stop to render aid, there's definitely a discussion coming out of it. Possibly write-ups, possibly they're just parting ways. But you're not seeing criminal charges unless you just straight up leave. And don't come back. Yeah, we're looking at super jail.
Yeah. Also, the crash probably didn't help.
No, the crash did not help.
I'd be curious to see that body cam.
You probably also, they're
due regard. Oh, nice shirt, Bill.
Oh, dude, he's in it.
It matches my hat.
Oh, thank you. My beard's too long. It covers too much of it up.
Yeah, he's got to do the whole flap it up, you know? Yeah. To gotta give you a little.
He's going to be like, oh, y'all should check out my shirt.
There it is.
My chest.
There it is.
Too long.
Can confirm, though, the sleeves are muscle worthy.
Mm-hmm. They are?
He's about to bust out of them, but them stitches are holding together.
Yeah, a lot of my other shirts we've had to go up a size, which is unfortunate. It's unfortunate for my closet. Oh, like this still fits good. Mm-hmm. It's just a little tight on the sleeve.
Oh my god. Blake
Chat
Sears.
makes me feel so good when I get in here.
Dog. Actual celebrity is here. El Pete, I finish in 8 seconds. I think I got quoted twice.
This is why I stay away for so long.
It's
Chat
true,
makes
though.
me feel so good.
What is it? Distance makes the love grow fonder or whatever?
Heart grow fonder, yeah.
Something like that. I'm close. Officers get in a pursuit, cause fatality accident, and don't stop to render aid. Is where we're currently on. And
another one?
Charged. Yeah, different one.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I guess the one I'm thinking of, they did stop. But.
Yeah, that you're thinking of the one where they chased them, they crashed, and they just dipped. This is an unrelated. It was like a.
No, I was thinking of that one that was a rookie. Remember, she hit the lady just walking across the street.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. The one that hit the
I was thinking of that one.
Not that one. No, different one.
I know. I did see what you're talking about, Josh, where they left the dude who crashed and his car lit on fire.
Lit on fire and burned him.
Oh, I do remember that. They saw the crash, right?
Well, they were pursuing him.
They were in pursuit.
Because it was a stolen vehicle. He stole the
Did
vehicle.
they call off the pursuit? Or did they just...
I don't think they ever
just
radioed
drove
it in.
off.
Yeah.
Oh, they were overtaking.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
They just happened to be in the area. Didn't see it.
Okay.
Abstinence makes the church grow fondlers.
Oh my god.
Who said that?
You know who said it. Come on.
Where's Chet?
There's only a few people that would have said that.
for being sinful.
The officers appeared in bond court this morning. Etienne Pierre was one of the drivers in the chase. Austin Danilovich also charged with leaving the scene of a deadly crash and obstruction of justice, as was Christopher Reckdahl. The courtroom was packed with their family members as well as the families of the two victims, Marcia Porchette and her pregnant daughter, Janelle Woods. According to the probable cause affidavit, 3 West Palm Beach vehicles, including a marked car, began a pursuit of a Kia Stinger with possibly illegally tinted windows. And when
Oh no, not illegal tint. Oh man,
that's
not that.
That is
death
a
penalty offense for sure.
Wild pursuit policy. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I understand the desire to want to chase somebody that runs from you, but like, have a good reason, dog. Like, what are we doing?
Not window tint. That's the most dangerous criminal in the world.
Goodness gracious.
This pause where the face was
did
on
something weird.
the glove.
It did weird, yeah.
and it looked like a creature.
It is.
It's the deceased. I'm a
lined up perfectly, like a slime.
Beach late last July. The 3 cars carrying 7 officers pursued the suspect in this improper chase all the way to Boynton Beach, sometimes at speeds of...
How do 3 cars carry 7 officers?
Somebody's going 3-man, dog.
So
probably
someone was definitely sitting on someone else's lap.
Oh, for sure. Like they're probably doing in prison.
Maybe they were like triple stacked like pancakes.
Stop.
Approaching or over
Blueberry or chocolate?
Stop. And that's the only way
one
they could
vehicle
reach
at
the
one
steering
point
Both
driving the
y'all
wrong
stop.
way in the wrong lane.
One
this was a
was
police car.
using his
Leone
hands for the
Copeland
gas
slammed
pedal,
into
and his
Woods
legs were up
Porchette's
here like
car at
this.
over 80 miles per hour. The PC says then...
So
You know what's great about coming in late? I don't have to censor myself at all.
No, we're already like in that threshold where YouTube stops caring.
Yeah.
This time difference is great.
Dog, this is y'all are wild. Y'all are only
Juan and I were on the same wavelength there. We had the same mental image going on.
Oh, hey, it's Gunilla Enema. Welcome, brother.
Oh, you missed the vanilla
dude
stream. I still need to make that shirt.
Vanilla stream?
I gave him the
Josh
story
told his
about
vanilla story.
the vanilla up the butt story.
Oh, that kid.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, how could I not be here and we have a vanilla stream? That doesn't make sense. I am the vanilla.
You are the vanilla. Jason Voorhees hid behind that tit. Stupid. Frag. You're supposed to be the adult. Disappoint.
On GPS records and vehicle trackers showed all 3 of the cars approached the scene
Frag sneaks
and
him in
either
every
did a
once in a
U-turn
while.
or
I
drove
pay
past it. Right where Porchette
Yes,
and
Emu, I'm
Woods
still
were lying
on
there
West
suffering
Coast
fatal
time
injuries.
until
The report says the officers then turned
of
around, failed to render aid, failed to notify the supervisor, and did not reveal their role in this chase. And
yeah, and Terry, it was tense inside of that courtroom today as bond is now set.
Homegirl, who is your audio
The
guy?
7 West
It's
Palm
almost
Beach
like
police officers right here today at the
cars
Palm Beach County Courthouse. Now,
and police officers have cameras and GPS. It's really weird, right?
We were so close. I feel like they're out to get us, Bill.
Admin, yeah. Admin did this to us.
Dog. The vigilantes are just like, oh, it's a bad video with municipal police officers. Let's share that one.
Throw it in there.
Yeah. Emu, I do love how much sunlight is
Here's a real...
It gets light at like 4 in the morning until like 9:30 p.m. It's crazy.
Okay. We're ready. Let's do this.
It's too much light. I'm still awake at 4 in the morning.
Same.
Life example of what I
Dude,
mean.
it makes me feel lazy because I'm like, I gotta start getting up earlier. The sun is up, I gotta be up. And then the sun is still up at 9:30, and I'm like, well, fuck.
Shout out to me. Oh, wait. I gotta take points from media on that one. Hold on.
For the horrible
microphone, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
On Sunday,
I'm naked from the waist down, but I'm definitely not afraid.
Same.
tried to steal someone's car while they were still in it, got arrested and charged with attempted vehicle theft, and was immediately released. He must have thought that was stupidly easy. So on Monday, the very next day, he assaulted a woman, stole her Tesla, crashed that Tesla into two more occupied cars, and then tried to steal another vehicle as he was running away. The police did their job as usual, arresting him for the second time in a row and charging him with multiple offenses. Then he was released that very day again. At this point, he's thinking, boy, is it a wonderful time to be a criminal in Canada. They're absolutely...
Oh, this is Canadian. It's all making more sense.
That's what they're talking about.
So you'd take points from feds on this one? Let's go.
Allergic to stopping me.
I don't know, man. Canada might have to become like quarter points.
It might, dude. Every once in a while, they'll have some that are just pretty cringe.
4 hours later on Tuesday, he broke into someone's home while they were still there and robbed them. Now, if you think the legal system finally did something reasonable after 3 straight days of committing crimes, you clearly don't understand this country, because he was released on bail yet again. Here's a real-life example.
That's pretty wild. I feel like on that third arrest in a row, even in like Michigan, they would have done something.
I don't know, dude. Some of these cities...
feds.
Like, even Tarrant County, that wouldn't surprise me if that exact same thing happened in Tarrant County.
Ooh, I didn't think about that, yeah. Judges be like that, yo.
These days, Dallas.
Bro, they'd be shocked if there was a cop to catch him in Dallas.
Oh, yeah, no, they would have waited till the third day to show up.
Jeez.
They would have showed up on the third day?
Yep.
For the first
I got here
crime?
as fast as I could.
Okay, let's see this.
This one for me? I just want to make sure your car's like all checked up how it should be. We just have blue and orange. Turn on your blue and orange lights? Sure.
Blue and orange.
Is your horn normal? It's enough. Turn on this
red
light.
lights at all?
Oh, is that all the gadgets you have out here, or do you have anything?
Well, I mean, I've got a GPS launcher.
What is...
I'll be honest, this guy's being pretty cool. I'd have been gone already. Like, bye. I have police things to do.
If we were bored.
Oh, that's true.
Depending on how cool the guy was that walked up.
Because maybe he said, hey, dude, I'm doing a video, da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
Just do whatever. Yeah, I guess
you're going to get a commendation.
I used to... I used to turn my lights on. You remember the Mopar car meet that used to happen?
Yes.
Dude, we used to have some pretty nice, at least they were nice looking. They weren't fast, but they were like really nice Chargers, like the newer model Chargers. And we would kick on the lights.
They did look nice.
Oh, dude, they looked great. And the guys would be like, is it cool if I like put my car in front of yours? I was like, yeah, I don't give a care. I was going to turn the lights on for them. They were cool.
I mean,
but they were very chill. Yeah.
Yeah. And they showed up in a parking lot and they parked their cars.
Yes.
And they got out and walked and looked at everyone's car.
They were very reasonable.
They didn't try to shut down an intersection.
Right. They were cool guys. Shout out to them. They are whoever organized Arlington Mopar meetups. They were pretty cool.
Emu, I love maple syrup, so that's a good problem to have.
But Eric, 4 a.m. not doing nothing. Yeah, that's true. That's when that would happen.
Is it up here? GPS launcher. What does that do? Oh, that thing. I see it. It's called a GPS
I would
launcher.
honk the horn right there.
Yeah, right. What is that?
He's at a Waffle House?
Right here.
Yeah.
Air compressor.
Okay.
The air compressor runs into this.
Yeah.
It has 2 GPS launchers. It says
Oh, I see it right
I can
there.
move like a sticky.
I'm sorry, did he just say a
connected to
GPS
GPS.
launcher?
Yeah, the White
The
Settlement
little
has
sticky thing?
these. Yeah, it's like a dart.
Really?
Yeah,
It's a
pretty
dart.
wild.
It sticks to the back of the car so you can track
Like that, it was Florida, right? Where they shot that out on an Impala?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Pretty sure we watched that.
We watched one
should've shown
fail
them by-
like 4 times. It kept bumping
Yeah,
off the
true.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should have shown him how it works by launching it at his nuts.
Dude. Hold
Yeah,
on.
stand right there.
Stand right there.
I'll show you how it works.
Dude, and apparently the adhesive's like pretty gnarly. Oh.
Jack up your bumper.
Stand right there, turn around, and I want you to run. I say go.
I'll give municipals 5.
Hey, when I come back to Texas, are we gonna? I know we'll be late, but are we gonna do that? We chase each other. You know, the chase your spouse TikTok.
Oh, and see if you can catch him.
Doug,
we should do that.
I got cardio. We're working on cardio here. I will be able to touch you.
I don't think you can catch me.
Probably.
I don't know, dude.
Josh needs the 6 months to.
I feel that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say I'm gonna be doing nothing but like wind sprints. You know what I mean?
Have those 6 months.
Yeah. I feel like it's gonna depend on whose knees are better.
True.
Because if you take like a really brave like cut, you know what I mean? It's gonna be whoever takes like a really brave.
One of us blows an ACL.
We need to set literal ground rules on what kind of ground you will be on.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
But you with the head start, I'm probably not catching. To be honest, I don't know at my fastest. You with a head start. If
we did it, like I would want to do it like you were trying to handcuff me and I took off.
Yeah.
I think that's more realistic than some of this.
If I don't catch you in the first like 30 yards, you're gone. Like there's no way.
Yeah.
I will immediately. What is it? That part of your like your heart adjusts to you're working now, and immediately it's like okay, we're both now running an exhaustion, so you will win that foot race after that.
I raced someone in New Mexico because they talked a bunch of shit. And we did like a warm-up lap, and I ran real slow because I was like, this should be fun. So we got down. It was just like a straight race on the back road behind the gym.
Yeah.
We got down to the stop sign, and we were going to race back to the door. Bro, I smoked him. I got like 20 yards out, and he goes, why are you so fast? And I just was on a dead sprint.
Yeah, I used to get down. Yeah.
It was
I'll never forget, and I've never been terribly fast, but like it was one of the last foot chases I got in, and we had the kiddo with us, and he ran from me and now the attorney Gamora. He ran from us.
Attorney.
And
that's so funny.
Gray was with us, and I had like a 15-20 yard head start on him because I realized the guy was going to run before he started running, so I tried to get a head start.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget, he blew by me like I was standing still. This kid was like 21, 22, and just played like college ball.
Yeah.
He was very fast. But I
Very
was like, I am not that guy. I already attributed points.
We need to have like a workshop on how to write ORs, man.
Yes.
For real. You know, everything in this office report is conclusory, suspicious, Aloysius. You know, is he driving while black? You are Keon Shaw. Shaw, you're charged with fleeing a police officer. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one will be appointed to you, sir.
On October 27, 2024, officer was conducting a routine patrol on Eldridge Parkway when he noticed the defendant's motor vehicle traveling at an unsafe speed, exceeding the posted 35-mile-per-hour zone. The vehicle then began driving in a suspicious manner by making a sudden left turn on the street and immediately parking on the left side of the road. When the vehicle noticed the officer's fully marked patrol vehicle passing, it immediately conducted a U-turn and got back on the main road. When officer continued to follow the defendant's vehicle, the vehicle again conducted a left turn and pulled into an alleyway. When the officer initiated his emergency equipment in an attempt to conduct a traffic stop, the defendant's motor vehicle passed multiple safe stopping points before finally coming to a stop after traveling 0.5 miles through a dark and empty parking lot.
What was he doing wrong?
No, not
For
0.5
the
miles.
officer, he was originally traveling at an unsafe speed.
I saw this.
That's how far I can get before y'all catch me.
Also, I love this traveling at an unsafe speed exceeding the speed limit of 35. Well, you don't actually know that because if you did, you would have your LiDAR as evidence.
Yeah.
So you eyeballed it and you said he's speeding, but I don't know at what speed.
Yeah, this was...
I'm not kissing the chat. Sorry, boys and girls.
Wow. I'm shocked that DA... Oh, it's just a ticket, right? No, I think it was an additional charge for evading or some shit, like a resisting or whatever. But he's fighting the speeding one, and I'm just shocked they even didn't just kick it. Like even the DA's office be like, "No, dog, this is stupid. Your report's terrible."
I'm wondering if there was more. Like, did he get? Was it the stop and then he got arrested from something off the stop?
Yeah, let's see it.
Exceeding the speed limit, 35 miles. He was exceeding that speed limit.
By how much?
Let me see the DMs if he specified. Your Honor, he did not specify. It was just an unsafe speed.
Yeah, because he didn't run the speed.
Nothing's unsafe to me.
And then he began driving, according to the officer, in a suspicious manner, making sudden turns and then stopping on the side of the road and then getting back on the road once the officer passed. So
anything illegal with that? You know?
I believe it would just be the speed limit would be the point at which the officer.
It's a conclusory statement. We need to have like a workshop on how to write ORs, man. For real. You know, everything in this office report is conclusory, suspicious aloysius. You know, is he driving while black?
Judge, would you allow us just a few minutes to call the officer just to see? We don't have an.
Oh, they're going to call him? Ah!
Why isn't he there?
Just so you know, if, and it was very rare, but if one of our tickets or our, most of the time it's DWIs, but ever went to court, like to a trial, we had to be there.
Yep.
Or it was days off. Like you was
no
big
matter
trouble.
the time.
Yeah, did not matter.
You could
dude.
get off shift at 7 and court could be at 8, and you could sit there till noon when you finally got called on.
Bro, they pulled me in on a wrong name affidavit of a call I wasn't even involved in because I had interacted with the guy like a year prior.
Remember when they tried to get you to go back after we left?
Bro, I never forget how hard I laughed at that. Voicemail I got that I was like, delete. But yes. I was like, for free? No, I'm good.
No.
OR. We're just going off of the.
Sure. Shout out to whoever maybe or maybe didn't get away with the DWI because I love policing. Shout out to them.
Let's do this. I'm going to have them because I want to make sure if we find probable cause that it's really there. All right. So just hang tight for me. We're going to have to do a little deeper dive. If you just mind taking a seat for me momentarily. Okay.
One eternity later.
Yeah.
There was another one, Judge, with the, he said speeding or something like that. It was a fleeing police Shaw. Did you make a ruling on PC?
I think we need to do that one too.
So I looked at that already, Judge.
Where's Mr. Shaw? Okay, so Mr. Shaw, we're back on you. So just because we do so much, I tend to forget everything, you know. You're charged with fleeing a police officer. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and a $2,000 fine.
Fleeing?
You left off.
Because he took 0.5 miles to stop? I feel like we're not getting all the information here.
They'd have it if it made it to the report.
I need somebody who is good at math to do the math on that. If he's going apparently much more than 35 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Say
Yeah.
40.
How fast?
Because 35 looks slow.
Yeah.
Now,
so like,
how long does half a mile take to cover at that speed, basically?
So
not
is
that
that
long.
This guy's a
30 seconds, a minute?
So this guy's a Harris County judge. Is there a small chance this isn't PD? Or is this just 100% Houston PD?
I
and we're pretty
saw
bummed?
a police officer walk by.
Let him vote on it. PD or county?
Okay, I'll do a poll.
I'll see if they specify.
Off because we were doing probable cause and I had an issue because it seemed like the cause was kind of conclusory at the time. And do you have anything new?
No, Judge, and I agree with the court.
So, okay, I'm going to find no probable cause.
Dismissing the case.
Find no probable cause. Be careful when you're out there. It's hard enough as it is. Don't give anyone else the power to even bring more, trouble on your life. All right?
Yes, sir.
All right, man. Good luck. We need to have like a workshop on how to write ORs, man. For real. While black, Mr. Shaw, you're charged with fleeing a police officer. You're facing up to 6 months.
They don't specify. Man,
We're going to let the chat decide.
Y'all some hoes.
Yeah, because just saying fleeing a police officer could be.
Could be either. Man, there's some
I don't know,
hoes.
dude.
It should be like
personally,
a minute, 'cause that's half 60.
Personally, that doesn't sound like something Houston PD has time to do.
What, day shift?
You know what I mean?
On the nice part of Houston?
Sounds like
you think this happened in the nice part of Houston?
Probably not. Let's be honest. Yeah, I don't know. I hope it's county, but it doesn't matter what I hope. Man, Bro Chat is making it happen. I took the points. You can take down the stupid poll.
No, I want to see how bad it gets.
Little douchebags. Dude, it's the whole will never. What is it? The Tiger King quote. I'm never gonna financially recover from this. We're so far in the hole. Come on, give me a reason to. That's the thing is like I'm intentionally being biased to try to give them like extra points they do well and probably not take very many, but we just keep taking L's.
Yeah.
Ugh. Okay. They're intense.
Wow.
Surveillance video caught those shots fired, and now an off-duty Anderson police officer is facing felony charges after police say he fired shots at a person who he thought stole his car.
That gunfire happened in a Near East.
I don't know how you mistake that.
Well,
I guess if you got like
he
a
was
silver,
off duty, right?
Yeah.
So it's probably his personal car.
Yeah, but that's
I'm
what
guessing.
I mean. Even I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Sounds like
Side
someone's a little too
neighborhood,
amped
and
up
one
all
of
the
those
time.
bullets apparently
Sam,
went through
welcome.
a child's bedroom.
Our Alex Almanza talked with the
Went
Mary
into a kid's bedroom.
Doesn't it always?
Sheesh.
County prosecutor
chipper.
who now is condemning what he calls reckless behavior.
Yes.
It was in this Woodruff Place neighborhood
It
where
unlawfully
detectives say
entered
an
a
off-duty
child's bedroom. Wood chipper.
Bear.
No parking sign.
Anderson police officer Maurice McGee was
Not a real
searching
one,
for his
though.
car
No,
that had been
that's
allegedly
not enforceable, is
stolen.
it?
Prosecutors say he tracked his
Honestly, it
car
looks like
using
AI.
an Apple AirTag when he came across it, crashed into the other vehicle, and then started shooting his AR-15 rifle.
I think it just goes to reiterate that when you're in a situation or when you find yourself in a situation of need, the best thing that you can do is call law enforcement. They are equipped to
Some law enforcement.
Yeah, come on. Chill out
Bro,
here.
the story's a story about a cop.
Also,
It could have been this guy responding.
so it was stolen? He was tracking it with an AirTag?
I think it was stolen. Or at least like UUMB or some shit, you know. But
Well, that's what they said, right? He was tracking it with
he
an
was
AirTag?
tracking it, yeah. And then he crashed into it and shot at the guy. I think this was a domestic. That's my vote.
respond.
Detectives say that McGee was with someone else when they came across his alleged stolen vehicle. Neighbors told police they woke up to the sound of revving engines, followed by gunshots. Court documents
Why are
say
we calling
McGee was
it
the
an
one who
alleged
fired.
stolen vehicle?
Yeah, I don't know.
Was it not his vehicle, or was it like somebody he knew that technically had access to the vehicle?
Maybe it was
So it
a...
wasn't stolen.
Either way.
Maybe
like
it was a girlfriend, wife.
Right, and he
That's what I'm
maybe
thinking.
he didn't know.
Yeah.
That's who was taking it at the time.
Shout out to the shoulder holstered Glock.
I don't know if that's shout out.
That's still. I don't know. Were you in this?
It's definitely
chat
something.
When I told Josh my idea to do like admin tactical setups like this and test them out on a video.
No,
See how
but
effective
we
they'd be?
absolutely should.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I could probably
We've seen
get
some
unit.
egregious
I could
ones.
get Unit Solutions to get us some fake blasters, so we could see like how often are you, you know, basically,
Yeah.
probably drilling your own forearm with this thing.
It would be
probably.
cool.
Oof.
Depends on the gun for sure.
Yeah. Oof.
Them with one bullet going through an 8-year-old's bedroom. Detectives say he then lied and said he didn't fire his gun. A ballistics investigation determined McGee had fired his rifle.
We heard from so many different residents who were just getting ready for work, who were just waking up, some kids still asleep in their beds in these houses and had no idea what was going on.
For neighbors like Brandon Fishburne, who heard the gunshots, it left his family shocked and concerned.
Really kind of shock. Yeah.
That's 1,000% a Glock. Miss me with that. I just saw millennials comment. I was like, the only reason I know is the grip angle, and then there's a little divot here. M&Ps don't have little strip bases, but Gen 5
That looks
Pros
like
do.
a Glock that maybe he had like stippled.
Yeah. Or like got
Or he
grip
put
tape or
grip
something
tape
in
on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is too extreme an angle to be an M&P. All I'm saying. I'm kind of a subject matter expert.
Yeah, I mean, when it
Oh,
happened.
he said, I didn't know the P320 was a rifle. Must be if he didn't fire it.
That's funny.
Damn.
Benji, I agree. Don't lie.
I mean, it was just, everyone's kind of scrambling and...
Neighbors say they're working with police to ensure that officers can have more of a presence in their community.
Still feel like it's a safe neighborhood.
Is it?
I think there's always more that can be done.
McGee was charged with 2 counts of felony criminal recklessness.
Like a fresh coat of paint on that fence.
Now, the person who is accused of stealing McGee's car has not been identified. Anderson
does she look
police
like
say that
she's in so
McGee
much
now
pain?
is on administrative leave as
Maybe
this
the lights are-
investigation continues.
Painful.
Too
That
much
is
coke.
wild.
She can't keep her eyes at like a normal opening. They're real big.
Teleprompter's going too fast. She can't.
Yes, millennial, you will rile him up when it comes to identifying guns.
Yes.
Please do it more.
Is joyriding still a crime? Frag, I'm going to say yes. I don't think I need to take any more points. You know what? Actually, I'm going to take points from admin for hiring that guy.
LP, why would you not expect to see Pacers fans in Indianapolis?
Yeah. Oh, the thumbnail video. Here we go.
I just didn't think the Pacers had fans.
Wow.
Well, they're in the finals, so they have some bandwagon
They have
fans.
some bandwagon
There you
fans.
go.
All right, new at 11.
The Pacers are in the finals?
Yeah, they're
Bro,
playing Oklahoma City.
What have I done?
That's crazy.
Bro.
Oklahoma City's in the finals?
Bro.
Yuck.
Yeah, Oklahoma City's good. They're probably the best team in basketball this year.
I buy that.
Oh, it's our thumbnail video.
Check it out. Naked and dancing on top of a moving police car in Contra Costa County.
Dancing?
This
My
video
guy is
going
surfing.
viral after it was captured in Antioch. Tonight,
There's
there are just so many
no
questions.
reason
including-
that blur circle needed to be that big.
Hey, man. You don't know what's swinging on back behind that thing, right?
Yeah, I do.
including why was he naked? And some answers as well from the person who was rolling
It's
on that
called
bizarre
meth,
cop car
Jessica.
surfing incident. Here's NBC Bears Pete Serratos.
This
Here's
shocking
other things
video
from
shows a
Burgess.
naked man dancing on top of a moving Antioch police car.
As I'm filming vehicles, I hear the scream.
Jose Garrido capturing the incident on his phone yesterday morning. He works as a car salesman at a nearby
now he's dancing.
dealership, and he shared videos with us tonight of the chaotic scene.
So I just turned around and I wasn't expecting to see a naked man on the street. And then like I mentioned, he was like pointing with his phone. So like at that time, I was like, I'm not
Why
gonna
not?
get
It's the
near
Bay
or
Area.
anything because I don't know what's happening. You know, it could be
I've
a
been
gun.
there.
It could be
Yeah,
a
why are we
something.
surprised by
And Jose
this?
says as all of this is unfolding,
I
an
for sure
Antioch
saw that
police
while I was
officer
there.
was in the area and responded to the situation. And as soon as the officer stopped, the naked man jumped on the police car.
I'll tell you what, he passed the athletics check on that one. My dog
Yeah, that was pretty
just
good.
climbed that thing.
That's when the officer slowly drove into a nearby parking lot of a car dealership and called for backup.
He gets on the radio.
Slowly driving is the problem.
Oh, it's the chief. I
Should've
thought this
drove
was the
real
involved
fast.
officer. Oh, that'd have been incredible.
Dispatch and the responding units, as well as our crisis response team. Hey, clearly this guy is having some kind of episode. Can some people come over here and give me a hand?
Could you imagine taking a 40 mic while you're naked? Ooh. That'd be a bad time. Bro.
I would want to take it with several layers of clothing.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
I don't think my T-shirt would help much.
That's true. That's probably true.
Police chief says that officers were able to
Bro, my boy's a full-grown man here. That's an explorer that he is clean looking over. That's wild.
talk the man down into getting off of the car.
Oh, he's an older
Officers
man.
detained him until an ambulance
Yeah. See, look, grown man right here.
arrived, ultimately deciding it was best for him to go to a hospital to get some help.
I think the officers did a really good job with using time and distance, not trying to push the issue, communicating with the guy so he wouldn't get hurt and nobody else would get hurt.
Jose is still in disbelief, but he's glad Antioch PD was in the area to make sure the situation.
Yeah, look at this Nanito over here, dude. Like,
Why are you in disbelief?
He's a normal sized man compared to everybody else in this story.
Hey, he's compliant, dude.
Didn't escalate.
He's
The
taller
guy
than the car
complied.
too.
There was like no excessive force or anything like that. The guy turned around, and it was pretty simple.
Bro, I'll tell you what, though.
He just wanted to dance.
This Grand National hanging out in the backyard. That's a flex back there. I mean, I
Yeah,
get.
he just wanted to dance.
Yeah, he just wanted to dance. He wouldn't do nothing wrong. I'll give them some points.
Sometimes the music lives in you.
I guess. I'll give admin some points for not finding
Give some
a way
points to
make- break 'em
suspects
up.
for
for being compliant.
dance moves
Yeah.
and for just chilling out and being like,
You know
you know
what?
what?
To be
I'm
fair,
done with my dance.
the dance moves weren't terrible.
No, he was doing pretty good. Also for athleticism, dude, it like crack or not, he's still flexible and got up there and had the athleticism to pull it off. I might struggle to get up there. Let's see it.
A missing 2-year-old is found
It had to be county. Oh, county is finding a missing 2-year-old, but we're over here. Golly, dog. This is a conspiracy. I blame y'all.
Yes,
dog.
it is.
100%.
Hey, y'all some hoes.
safe in Lincoln County thanks to the quick work of a canine. The sheriff's office launched a search earlier this week when the boy ran into the woods. All new at 6. Fox News' Chad Mira shows us body camera video from that search.
The search team was up against the clock. With the sun setting and rain clouds moving in, they were losing.
I thought for a second, I was like, did my boy spill something on his tie? And
It does look like that, doesn't it?
It's raining.
Oh.
Raining.
I was like, bro, In and Out got you back on that one. It always do be In and Out burgers though, man.
Mm-hmm.
Be getting all over you.
Daylight fast. So they decided to lean on some law enforcement partners who had worked together for less than 10 days.
That's somebody's footprint. That's a dog print.
The Lincoln County Sheriff's Office and State Highway
Dog
Patrol
print?
tracking a 2-year-old who followed his dogs off into the woods.
I mean, water, rock, creek, tall grass, dense woods.
A rough terrain, losing daylight and
That
storm
dog
clouds
deserves
rolling
points, you
in.
hear me?
Dog, it's getting points. Hell yeah. That's also kind of like, I'm pretty sure it's a bite dog that can sniff. But
Yes.
The search
he's built
team was
like a
losing
built-
valuable
Yeah,
time.
he's built like a bite dog.
They called in the sheriff's office's
looks
newest
like a bite
partners.
And only had about 4 shifts maybe together.
Deputy Brock Rumpel and K9 Nikki got right to work.
Oh, hold on. Rumple over here's got the Guardian light. Hold on.
Gay.
I'm going to take 30. I'm going to give some points
Hey.
back. But
He's just
Gonna put
wearing
on
it
my
for
hat,
June,
but,
okay?
That's right.
He's showing his support for Pride.
that caught me off guard. You know what? Respect for being culturally sensitive for the time.
It's on the RGB setting.
Yeah.
Work.
I trusted the dog, trusted his training, and just knew that if I kept going with him, and just kept reading him and watching him, he was going to take me where we needed to go.
First,
Seats.
a clue. The team followed the trail for 10 minutes, and then
I heard something like, what is that? That's what I'm saying. That's crime. That's a kid. That's crime.
That's a mountain lion, son.
700 yards away from
Or a Wendigo, depending on where you're at. Ooh.
Yeah. Dude, very off topic, but it popped up on my feed. This guy was riding a mountain bike in the dark,
Yeah.
and then you heard something following him screaming. 1000% a mountain lion. But as this dude's going down a mountain, the scream didn't get any quieter, so he was literally getting chased in the dark by a mountain lion.
What a bad
Fucking
time.
creepiest
dude.
video. Creepiest video.
What a bad time.
Sketch.
Yeah, there was a video. I'm sure it's fabricated or whatever, but the guy was looking for something, and he found it's like a pipe or something that he had left, and he approaches it, and the little cave said like "help me," like in a very clear voice, like "help me."
Oh no, that was a part of his bike. I saw
Yeah,
that
something
video.
like that. Yeah. He
It
was like, "Oh, that's
the front
weird."
fork of his bike.
And he's like, "Hello." And it randomly was like, "Help me." He was like, "No, I'm down. I'm out. I'm good." It's like a
was
random
so creepy.
hole in the middle of the woods. Like,
It was so. That video was so creepy.
pull the pin on the grenade, throw it in there, and you're like, "Look, I'll take my chances."
No,
from his home, there was the boy, still with his family dogs.
I got a
like a Yorkie,
Yeah. Yikes.
Bro, those are hard to catch.
bro. You know that Malinois looked at that dog judgy. Like, I had to come out here and help. Can you do anything?
No.
I don't think he recognized it as a dog. He saw that as a squirrel.
Like a squirrel.
Yeah.
That's a really well manicured squirrel you got there. Maybe you should take your hamster back home.
kid that's right about the same exact age, so
we should
you know
do
that
a
tugged
horror
on it a little
stream.
bit.
Dude, we just gotta do Nude's top 5 videos just for giggles.
I'd be down.
Do a late night
Just a
stream.
reaction.
Dude.
Just a reaction to Nuke's top 5.
Okay, good boys. Let's see. I'll just slap him with 100. Here you go. That's good. Probably too much, but I'm here for it. Deputaz, I will give them back 10. I'll give them 15. They did a good thing. They found the kiddo. I, however, am not going to lump the Yorkie into good boys. I will put that into society. We will lose points for getting your own.
It is the Yorkie's fault.
Yeah, literally. One job.
For literally not being a good boy.
One job.
Because they said he followed the dog into the woods. I don't know what that Yorkie thought it was going to do in the woods. But.
Put that rat back in your purse. Oh my god. I like this one. So we're good. Throwback to Super.
Everyone who wants a horror stram, put a ghost emoji in the chat.
Yes. We'll talk about lawful authority to enter.
Oh, we used to have I had to swap out my police ghost.
Oh, we've done this
emoji.
Millennial, shame
Why?
on you for the dupe.
Well, to add in fish cops.
Oh, fair.
Because that one was one that was never getting used.
Okay, there you go. Let's see.
Feel law enforcement administration is almost a bigger enemy than getting in your car and going.
What is his shirt?
Demon shit.
This seems sus.
Something goat.
Yeah, but
with a moon,
a half crescent moon, and
a uterus.
I don't know, man.
Those are fallopian tubes, right?
Yeah. This seems to chat. Tell me what this is. This is sus. I have issue. Anyways.
No, Sarah, the horror stram would not have to be police videos. It would just be
scary video.
creepiest
Oh my
video
god,
I
the
could
amount
find.
of ghosts.
I know.
Jeez.
I think they've
We'll do
spoken.
it. We'll do
I
it.
found it. Go to Peril Crescent Moon T Black.
What is it though?
By gunsout.com. GOAT. I guess Guns Out AT, whatever AT stands for.
Guns out
all the time.
The time.
Yeah.
Two
Guns
Ts?
Out Apparel Tees.
This
stands for
it-
apparel tees.
What?
I just don't understand the
Apparel
I don't know.
tees?
I'm sorry.
Oh no,
I'm
Guns
getting
Out Armored Toys. They misspelled armored with 2 M's. Josh, did you make this shirt?
No.
Armored toys.
It's literally ARMMORED.
Like, I understand wanting to use like goat and like you think it's a cool thing, but if you can't come up with a better
Seems
like,
weird.
name for your little acronym, come on, dude.
Hell, just call it goat.
It's not a uterus.
It doesn't need to mean anything.
What is it even? Fallopian tubes.
Fallopian tubes, yeah.
I got stuck on uterus.
I just like of all the people to go, like, oh, hold on. Mom showed up in the chat.
Going on patrol.
Yeah.
That to me, and hearing the
Aries?
stories, I feel I'd be more scared of dealing with the admin.
that one of those made-up
or-
things?
What is it? Internal affairs. Than going out on the street and.
Who is this guy?
I don't know.
I'm not
Somebody
sure,
misbehaving.
but so there's been a trend. There's 2 trends that have happened currently in like the law enforcement circles, right? There's the 30 for 30 complaints, some of which are 100% merited, and I get that. And I'm the first one to go call out the Cassies of the world. However, like, you see a female cop, they're like, this bitch, 30 for 30. Just randomly, they ran a story where this chick got shot by her partner. That was a dude. And I made a joke. I was being a douchebag. I was like, 30 for 30 higher. Like, shot and killed a fellow officer because they couldn't figure it out, right? The second one is to act like it's just administrators that are the problem, right? Like I'm not saying they're not, because there's definitely administrator. I call them political appointments. It's a lot of the problems that you have in most of your major police departments. So Baltimore, Chicago, LAPD, Dallas, PD, Houston. They're all political appointments. Like, they don't really care about the department itself. They just like the prestige of the job. That I do believe. I think the other part of it, and we're partially to blame, I'm partially to blame for this, is a lot of the people that you would like to be police officers can find employment elsewhere. And they tend to go that route. It's the people that have no other skill set, or at least don't choose to put effort into anything really else, that tend to stay. And then instead of just complaining, right, they're not, I don't see them going to conventions, or I don't see them trying to go and like petition change within policy, whether at the state level. Because if you look at a really good example of this, is you can see this with gun culture, right? As much as most of it's typically pretty annoying, there are whole organized groups that are like, I'm going to sue the government. Like legitimately, a bunch of people go together and they say, well, I want change. And rather than just complaining about it, they actually collect their money together, put all their shekels together, and make organized attempts at trying to affect change. They're calling senators. They're actually doing stuff that matters rather than just complaining, right? This is my issue, is a lot of them are complaining, but not ever really providing a solution outside of fire the guy that's there and do whatever. I have issues with that.
Jesus.
Buxom.
Did you read the first one he just
I did.
a second ago?
Oh my gosh. Buxom, one of these days.
So L. Pete said, I believe this guy is a former LEO who was fired. Well, now I just want to know why he was fired.
Okay, Frag, where you at? I need you to find out why this guy got fired.
Hey, at least we quit, so we can talk all the shit we want.
I have a honorable discharge from my police department that we. That's what I mean. You know what I mean? You can complete. I have doxed myself many a time. Name, badge number, when I worked there. You can look it up. All of our interactions were very public. Yeah, and I'm like, look,
stream starting now.
Yeah, but I'm curious. Now, don't get me wrong. Who's that guy from Austin that he basically? Oh no, there's a guy from Tennessee that whistle blew and they ruined his life. Something Ashley, I think was his name. That guy's different. He got fired by like a crappy police department. Totally different situation, right? The guy is getting prosecuted currently for the chick that was trying to kill him. Totally different situation. Are there instances where this guy's narrative is correct? Yes. But you're going to want to be transparent about that. Reporting for duty, Mac Daddy. Gonna get that hazard pay as soon as I have had my morning coffee. Well, Frag, I need to know what this guy did to get fired.
Dealing with my normal beat that I'd have to drive every day. Like, that's what would worry me. Mm-hmm. I feel a lot of guys would probably feel the same way because you just...
No, I very much a 45 to the face. Actually, it would have been a 40 to the face.
I want to know what his beat was that he felt that safe there.
Last night, I had the most dishonorable discharge.
Ooh, man. Taco Bell or Popeyes? Or what was it? I just want to make one comment.
Yes.
Usually, right? And I'm not saying always, I'm saying usually. The guys who complain the hardest about admin, especially that being the only reason that they left or they were forced to leave, probably weren't very good cops to begin with.
It was really
Columbus Bodycam.
No kidding. He's like, "Oh, I got unfairly fired." I was like, "Oh, you circumvented FOIA, dog." Like, you went out of your way to like basically steal and share Bodycam, flying in the face of policy. You got fired because you violated like a clear, legitimate violation of policy here. And you're going to be held to a higher standard. Is it fair? No, but that's what you signed up for. You get to take people to prison for a living, and they have to suffer the consequences of their decision all the time. You can't do that during the day and not expect to be held accountable. You know, I don't know. But I'm with you that a lot of times you get the goon mentality, if you want to call it that. And there's the people that are actually about it. We had cops that we worked with that were legitimately, I kind of looked at them like superheroes because they were really good at the job. They were always incredibly fit. They were more knowledgeable about the job than they were fit, which is wild because some of these dudes were just savants. But they
psychos
probably had a terrible home life, but they were great at the job, right?
Yeah.
And everyone,
what Juan said is exactly who I was talking about.
Right.
Like, you play this persona on a podcast or on YouTube, And when it gets right down to it, you probably weren't that good of a cop.
Because, dude, like I all of the nightmares that I have from patrol were, walking into the wrong house, being surrounded by 15 people with AKs, and I'm like, oh, I guess this is the day I die. Or my gun not working. You know what I mean? That horrible nightmare where my gun doesn't work, and I'm like, this is why you don't use Sims. This ruins you for trusting my dying in a car crash. It used to freak me out to be on the freeway. Dude, on I-30 at 2:30 at night over some stupid stalled car, and I'm over here violating GOs using my push bumper to get a guy to go 50. I was like, I just don't want to be stuck out here. So if I die for this, I'm gonna be pissed. Or dude, 360 where there's like no shoulder. You're like, I hope they see us. Dark. I hope they see us.
Dark parts of 360. At least 30 had lights.
See, all I'm getting at is for like if that's what you were losing sleep over, your job probably wasn't. Ask the people in LA right now what their biggest fear is. And that's LAPD is a notoriously hard place to police, both politically, ideologically, as far as like the populace being very anti-police. But
also
knowing a couple guys that are this, right.
Give me a break on this admin bullshit.
Right.
Like if you were unjustifiably fired, go hire a lawyer.
Right. And you'd win it. And you know why I know that? I am personal friends with people who have won wrongful termination suits. I know. I've watched it happen. Anyways.
Breathe in the wrong direction, say one wrong word, and you're hung out to dry.
Breathing in the wrong direction and saying one wrong word is not what gets you fired.
Bullshit.
Bro, you can really
mess up. That's not true.
Yeah. You can really mess up and be fine. Literally, qualified immunity is there for that reason. It's like a whole controversial
if that
topic.
Was true, this guy's whole department would be saying this.
Yes. You would have it exactly what happened to the guy at Austin, right? Guy gets an OIS. This chick legitimately tried to kill him.
Yeah.
The chief came out and backed him. Like literally half of his shift showed up like, look, dog, are there bad cops? Yes. This guy is not one of them. Anyways, we'll keep going.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Don't agree.
You put that on top of everything else these guys are dealing with. The knowing that you're going to work, and if you make the slightest mistake, your bosses are going to fry you.
Yeah.
And that stress, dealing with domestic bullshit all day.
Yeah.
Going home to an unhappy family because of all that crap. And
I'm also going to push back.
I was going to say.
I met really experienced
I like this guy.
police officers. Yeah.
Way less the more he talks.
Yeah. We've seen people come back. You saw people that came back from like World War II. I'm talking watching friends explode, like having to be the ball turret gunner and a bomber, like terrible, salacious, like things that you would only really experience in actual hell, right? That is the worst case scenario. Nobody can stand here and say that nobody experienced it worse than them. And they came home, not all of them, but some of them were perfectly capable of coming home, getting a regular job, loving their wife and kids, and just suppressing that sadness for the rest of their lives until they died.
Yeah.
Did they have some weird quirks? Probably. Probably a reason why cigarette smoking went up and drinking was pretty casual. But at my worst, at my most stressed out, and even Bill and I watched each other go through this, right? Never once did my wife sit there and turn and look at me, and she's awesome, so I'm cheating a little bit because she's very reasonable. But did she ever feel like I was taking out the stress I was having at work on her? Any of the bickering that happened between each other was completely us made. We can't figure out where to go out to eat or something stupid like that. It wasn't, I'm just going to come home and pop off because I'm stressed out. There's zero good excuse for domestic issues.
That's poor emotional intelligence, and in my opinion,
bring back robot cops.
A lack of maturity. Because
you can get upset. Like don't get me wrong, Bill. I've watched that man get 12 out of 10 upset, but it did not change the way he treated people. Ever.
No,
not me. Not other people. He'd be mad. We would know collectively, like, okay, he's a little grumpy wumpy. Like I need to go get this man some caffeine or something.
We would honestly, we would just not talk for like an hour,
right?
And then I'd be fine.
Right. Yeah, but it's not for you. I'm getting very adamant about this. Where I used to watch people have like full on emotional breakdowns on scene, like during a call. I'm like, dog, you're soft. This is not for you. If you can't do the job and handle up, and that's part of it, and that has nothing to do.
And
with,
also, like maybe it's because we don't live in that world right now, but like this getting on a microphone and talking shit about your department and where you worked and not taking any responsibility for your part in this, like we took the responsibility because instead of being this guy and being there and being miserable and being a shitty backup officer to be around, we just left.
Yep.
We took the biggest responsibility for what we didn't enjoy about the job.
I will never forget. After we put in, we did a 2-month notice. That tells you how rad we are.
Yeah, we sure did.
We were pretty rad. That's way past what they needed. And all I knew is that's when the cutoff, when they were getting new rookies. So I was going to feel better about it, right?
Yeah.
And I had a ton of people ask me, "Are you sure?"
Oh, yeah.
And it was mostly because we worked. You know what I mean? Like, we weren't lazy. But
a lot of those people were our supervisors. Right. Like the people who, if we weren't doing something right, would have been the first to say, you know.
And that's not because we're super cops. It's not because we're awesome or whatever. But as we emotionally handled the job, it's just like
I don't even think I was a very good cop.
I would give myself a solid 6 out of 10 on my scale.
You know, it's funny. Yeah. I was just about to say a 6.
Yeah, I feel very good about a 6. From what I've seen on the internet, I'm probably like an 11 out of 10, but above the average.
Okay.
Yeah. But we were
compared
in a particular
to the videos that we watched.
At our department, there was incredibly good. I remember just thinking one day when I grow up, I'll be as cool as these guys, because some of them were incredible.
And I look back and I'm semi mad at myself for not doing certain things or taking some things a little more seriously, but it's whatever.
We were young and dumb. Buxom, we 1,000% were the cops from Superbad.
Yeah. Yes.
We had fun.
And then it's just a vicious cycle that never ends.
Yeah.
You can quit.
How do we break that?
You quit.
That's a good question.
Feel long.
I think their department's worth. We're gonna take these points from Fish Cops.
Anything about him being a cop? I only see stuff about him having been a Marine. So I don't know where he's even.
Oh, we're on the spicy
able
part
to
of
talk
stream.
about any of this. Which is crazy to me.
I don't know, man. It's hard. I don't want to sit here and talk 10 minutes worth of shit on a guy that I watched a 5-second clip about. But the whole we make the most fun of admin, right?
Oh yeah. Oh,
I'm not saying that doesn't affect the job, but to just blame it all on that,
there's a certain amount of. I do think that I came into policing very naive. I truly believe it. That's on me. I was old enough to have known better and asked enough questions to know better, right?
Was it naive or did it just change a lot while we were there?
That's part of it. I do think the profession as a whole changed, right? I do still feel, and this is why I'm personally having a whole discussion on whether or not I go back to some limited capacity or at least get more involved. We've talked about this on getting more involved as far as advocacy and whatever. Just because I do feel for the people that are still currently doing the job. And it's a different world out there.
Yeah.
But what I don't like, and the reason why I have very strong feelings about this, is the complaining is there. Cool. But what are you doing to improve it? Or what are your recommendations? Because he just said, well, what do you do to fix that? Let's talk about it. Let's have the center of that discussion be like, hey, I was victimized by XYZ. How do I make sure this doesn't happen to the next person? It genuinely, as much as I have very strong feelings against maybe the chief of police in Dallas, if I had an opportunity to sit down and talk with him, I'd at least bring the bullet points and say, these are things that I think would help. Do I have beef with some of the? Are you like baby the devil to me? Kind of, you know what I mean? But I do think that you are in a rare position to make a change. I feel this way about politicians all the time. I don't know if there's a single politician sitting on Capitol Hill that isn't some amount of crony, right? To some degree, they're just owned by different cronies, right? It's either Group A, Group B, or the big group that owns everybody else underneath that. But since you're there, hey, why don't you do something to help the economy, or at least a little? Like, you can still make your money. Like, you're gonna make your money. I get it, but like, help. And at the very minimum,
make your money on insider trading, like y'all do,
like a normal person. Just leave my taxpayer money alone.
Yeah, right.
Just pretend that you're not doing it. At least have some shame.
Right, have some shame. But
I do love that the episode that interview was from is literally called "Shot in the Face: The Call Every Leo Wife Fears" with Amanda Webb, and he's talking about like, I'm so scared of admin. I feel like shot in the face should be a bigger fear. No, her husband, I'm assuming, was shot because it's the Call Every Leo Wife. So he's like, yeah.
Who's that guy?
Wait a minute. This chick has her husband shot in the face. This guy's gonna complain about getting fired.
Yeah, because her husband was a U.S. Marshal and he was shot in the face during a takedown.
I like him so much less. Bill's I'm going to say quicker to be discerning about how he feels about people. I tend to slow roll judgment. We end up at the same place 9 times out of 10. It sometimes takes him 5 minutes and me 5 days, but typically we agree.
Yeah, we get there.
But I couldn't have so quickly in one phrase be like, wait, what? Doug, what are you talking about? I'm not going to go up.
No, listen, Josh.
It's like Bill's dog dies, and I'm like, oh yeah, my cat's got an upset tummy because he coughed up a fire. You're like, what are you talking about, dog? My dog is dead.
Oh man,
make your choice.
Sorry, I'm feeling some kind of way.
What was that on, Juan? Is it on YouTube?
Yeah, it's a podcast called Wild Chaos. So I guess this guy's a former Marine who interviews people about stuff. He's done a couple of interviews with cops.
Oh, so he hypothetically said
it's his podcast.
Yes.
So he hypothetically said admins XYZ.
She came on the episode after the U.S. Marshal was on, telling how he was shot 6 times. Law enforcement officer survival story. Oof. Okay.
And he says, you know what I'd be more afraid of?
Internal affairs, man, because you breathe wrong. They might shoot you in the face.
Maybe it's out of context.
Okay, but like, you get to choose.
Right?
This is your instinct. This is not you were a guest and they picked the lines for you, which is what I thought it was. I thought she was the host and he was telling his story.
Oh my God.
And it's actually his. So he's picking this as his.
You know what?
Does he have comments turned on?
By IA about.
Does he really?
Only 3 of them.
Coward. No. Oh, okay.
They're there. There's just not really many.
Oh, there it is.
I like how Millennial was called.
My app was being weird.
Also, Sarah's 100% right. I did. He lost me at the shirt. Oh my God. Anyways, we'll keep going. Oh, we're almost done. We're on the spicy part of stream. Viewer discretion be advised.
Monday, May 16.
He's going to get more views on that little clip of him on our channel than his entire channel has in general.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Damn.
There you go.
Good for him.
Good for him.
We need help.
Bodycam video captures the chaos outside a local sheriff's office, where a deputy was just shot by a man in custody.
Nick, someone didn't search him.
I'm not saying right now is a good time to address the tactical errors that occurred, but all right, old timer, maybe get mad later. I get it from his perspective. Like, if he's just showing up and he realizes how the hell did this happen, and clearly there's only one way that happens, right? Unless you disarm the officer or something.
It was in.
My only pushback judgment is your boy's slide looks to be on slide lock. So maybe he just
Sure does.
emptied his gun into this full, and maybe that's why. But...
Also, is there a mag in that gun?
Ooh. Maybe it's a Glock 26. It's just a shorty.
You think?
Maybe.
That. I mean, it's kind of blurry, I guess, but that just looks like a. That just looks like the grip to me. There's no fucking.
Yeah, but that's definitely slide lock, homie. You has no bullets.
His waistband. I hope it fucking hurts.
Yeah, that's good.
The conclusion tonight of Breonna Clark's two-part investigation into the death of Callaway County Chief Deputy Jody Cash.
She dives deeper into open records documents from Kentucky State Police to get a clearer picture of how an inmate in handcuffs was able to shoot and kill Cash outside the Marshall County Sheriff's Office. Investigators say this is the person who pulled the trigger. Gary Rowland was in custody.
Oof. P365.
Is that the gun and he picked it up and put it in his holster?
I'm assuming, he might have. That actually makes a lot of sense. This would track, yes. That actually makes a lot of sense. Kind of weird that he'd holster it. Where's his gun? You know?
Yeah, also, so if that's not his gun, whose
something,
gun was it on the
something
floor?
weird was going on. He also had a knife. This is a pretty serious blade here.
That could also do some
dude.
gnarly damage.
Custody at the time, yet he still managed to conceal two weapons, a gun and a knife.
So after Rowland shot Cash, deputies returned fire, killing Rowland. Breonna Clark joins us now.
Yeah, you spent the last several months sifting through records, documents, along with hours of recorded interviews, hundreds of photos, and video of the aftermath.
Yeah, and even with all of this, we still don't know exactly where Gary Rowland was hiding the gun on his body that he used to kill Jody Cash. No one knows exactly where that is. There's no clear video of the shooting, despite it happening outside the Marshall County Sheriff's Office. There is clear video from inside the interrogation room. This is where we left off yesterday in part one of my report.
This is suspect.
Remember, Rowland reportedly made threats to law enforcement.
Interrogation room with the gun?
Bro, that's wild. And he looks like he's in custody, so that's wild. He does have a hoodie. So P365s that looked like either the XL or the Macro. It's bigger-ish, but it's still a pretty thin firearm. The blade, I could see hiding in a shoe or something like that, but that's a pretty decent sized gun too.
That's a hard thing to miss.
Yeah, that is not a. It'd be one thing if it was like a Derringer, like they have those like little micro Derringers or something like that, maybe. But that's rough, dude.
Saying he'd rather
pocket.
Maybe, yeah.
Go down in the streets than go back to prison. It took a 9-member SWAT team to bring him into custody. We start tonight with a warning.
What?
Some of the video you are about to watch is graphic. We've censored portions, but kept a lot in for context, including clips from a surveillance camera nearly 700 feet away. The image is pretty grainy. It doesn't show where Rowland was hiding the gun, but it does show the moment Cash was shot, then Rowland pointing the weapon at other deputies. Before we show you that, we begin with new video from inside the sheriff's office, where cameras capture Rowland's actions when no one was watching. The interrogation room at the Marshall County Sheriff's Office in Benton, Kentucky. Gary Rowland sits in silence as doors in other parts of the building open and slam shut. On the table, lottery scratch-off tickets. The special response team found them in Rowland's pocket earlier when they took him into custody. The plan was to bring him straight to the jail after the arrest. But Rowland wanted to talk to deputies, said he'd give up names of local drug dealers, so they brought him here. 3 cameras are recording as he waits in the room alone, hands cuffed behind his back. Pay attention to the next part. Kentucky State Police mentioned this moment in their report. Rowland sits up, takes his left hand, reaches to the front, feels around, and then does the same thing on the right side. Then leans back down in his chair. Less than a minute later, the door opens. Callaway County Chief Deputy Jody Cash in the green, Marshall County Deputy Donald Bowman in the white. Remember, these two are federal DEA task force. They're not in typical police uniform because their goal is to blend in, not stand out.
Now, something else I'll point out is that they don't have any ballistic anything. They don't have a vest. They don't have any like life-saving equipment. So like on duty, tourniquet, the stupid SWAT T tourniquet that we used to have to carry.
Yeah, that
ballistic vest, shears, and then in my patrol car I had a full-on chest seals. The whole. I mean, I could solve a pretty serious. Yeah, I could solve a pretty serious injury. I'm not saying they don't have any of that anywhere, but I don't like if you're gonna be doing cop stuff, have a cop uniform on. Because they sell shirts, like polo shirts, that'll take at least like a level 2A. Like little, like flexible piece of armor that you can wear under a polo shirt. Something. You're doing cop stuff. And they probably feel comfortable because he's in an interrogation room or whatever, but they trusted these deputies.
And he's handcuffed.
Yeah, they trusted these deputies to search this guy. Oof.
They did have bulletproof vests on earlier, but they took them off once Roland was in custody.
And he says, yeah, he'll talk to us, but he really wants a cigarette. He wants to call his girl. I'm like, well, let's talk a little bit, and we'll see what we can do.
Like, what's going on? I'm not gonna lie. Even the most ambitious people would really struggle to do a P365, like an X macro, in the prison pocket. That's not happening.
Depends on how many times you've been in prison.
That's
Cash tosses the key to Bowman, who then walks over to Roland, moving his cuffs from the back to the front.
Dumb.
You can see Cash going.
And they're doing this for rapport sake. This is an investigation technique, but tell me you've never been assaulted by somebody in custody without telling me you've never been assaulted by somebody in custody. Like, that's rough.
Going in and out of the room throughout the video, grabbing things for Roland. First a drink, followed by a cigarette. Then they allow him to go outside and smoke that cigarette. Notice Roland's sweatpants as he leaves the room. This is about to come into play. Bowman talks about it in his interview with KSP investigators.
Looking back on it, he spends a lot of time bent over, putting the smoke out, and I think he was moving the pistol up to where he could get it, where he could get hold of it.
When they come back, Roland's pant leg is now pulled up below the knee.
We talk a little bit more. Again, he says, man, hey, I could really use another smoke. I'll continue cooperating with you guys. I'll continue talking to you.
Cash grabs one last cigarette for Roland. All three leave the room. This time, they do not come back. Keep in mind, what happens next all played out in front of the Marshall County Sheriff's Office, just feet from the entrance. The surveillance cameras here should have captured everything, but they didn't work. If you're not familiar with the building, this is what it looks like.
Dude, that's a lot of shell casings. Golly.
See that pillar? Gary Roland stood on the other side of that to smoke. Deputies to the left and right blocking him in. Over here is the jail's Sallyport entrance, where they transport inmates. It has a motion sensor camera, but it also did not record the shooting. State investigators say someone at the jail turned down the sensitivity because the camera was capturing too much movement. KSP says
What?
You gotta save money on storage, Josh.
Yeah. Those pesky notifications, man. Fuck those things.
What? Sorry, whatever.
the recording has a 3-minute gap. First, Cash is standing. Then he's not. And an ambulance arrives. We haven't seen that video. The state denied us a copy because they say it could compromise security. They did give us a copy of this. Camera footage from a business across the street.
Compromise security is not having your damn cameras working.
Dude, no kidding.
Yeah.
64 feet away. The image is blurry. There is no sound. And vehicles are darting in and out of frame. This is the only video that gives a glimpse into what happened here. Remember, Roland is still in handcuffs. Bowman on the left, Cash on the right, and Roland in the middle, the pillar blocking our view. Marshall County Deputy Brandon Little just parked his patrol vehicle. That's him walking toward the front door. He barely makes it inside when the first shot goes off.
I don't know if I was...
Wait a minute. It was not one of the two people that had him in custody that got smoked?
It was.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
It was.
Oh, okay. I was about to be pissed. I was like, whoa.
It was the guy in the green shirt.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I feel better.
He wrote
I
a
shouldn't
check
feel
he
better,
couldn't
but
cash.
dude, yeah. Y'all chill.
Okay.
One.
Jeez. No, come on.
Probably man. Out here making jokes.
That was brutal.
You're lucky I didn't make you. I just didn't put negative.
was still looking
Well,
at
I'm not PD, so
where Little was when we walked
That's
in,
true.
or if I was still looking to my right, or if I was actually looking at the guy. I really don't know. I hear pop. I hear Jody yell.
This is when the video gets graphic. We've decided to blur this part out. Right here, Jody Cash goes down. Bowman starts running, and there's Roland close behind.
I'm pretty sure he popped another round at me.
Investigators say right here, Roland points the gun at Bowman.
I trip over the sidewalk there. I get back up. I start engaging him. That time I kind of see Little out of my left side there.
I can see the gun pointed at me. It's almost like I can see straight down the barrel.
The video shows Roland falling in the parking lot near the curb as deputies are firing shots at him. Roland stands back up
Oh, check out this backstop.
and
Yeah, no
continues to
kidding.
flee.
Roland's not complying.
Roland falls again, this time in the grass.
I just give him verbal commands, show me your hands, show me your hands. It's like his fingertips were on the butt rear part of the gun.
Roland's got his back to me on the ground. So Brandon kind of covers me, and we both move up. I grab hold of Roland from the backside there. He's still got the gun in his hand. I put the gun, toss it over to the left.
And Police Sergeant Logan Hampton races to the scene. Dash cam video giving us a clearer picture of the aftermath. On the right, deputies Bowman and Little, with Roland back in custody. Hampton goes left toward the Sally Port, where Cash is on the ground. Not far behind is Benton police officer Keegan Cole. His body camera takes us in even closer.
Nick, someone didn't search him.
So I'll be honest, and this was a policy that I was taught. It's not a policy; it's a standard operating procedure. I did not take control of anybody I didn't personally search if they were in custody.
Yeah. What a joke, dude.
So as much as I understand his frustration, right? It's technically on you.
Yeah.
Even if it was me.
Why wouldn't that be the first thing you walked in the room? First thing you do when you walk in the room.
And I'm pretty sure it happened multiple times. Bill was one of maybe 2 or 3 officers that I had like absolute trust in. Like I legitimately, if he told me something happened a certain way, I believed it, right?
Yeah.
And there was still times where I was like, I searched him and looked at him and he was like, okay. And still searched the guy just because it was a habit. He's like, I'm not going to get complacent now just because, Josh did it for me. Because when I get smoked, it's not Josh that dies, it's me, right? So I'm going to, at least for my peace of mind, right, make sure that I know.
Because also, like, if you have anything to do with them being in your custody,
right,
that search is on you.
Yeah.
Like, that falls on you.
Yeah.
Also,
this guy dies in the jail because he offs himself. They're not going to ask.
Old buddy's at, he's at Slide Lock, I'm assuming, because he emptied his
he
mag
emptied his
because
gun.
the other gun is there in the grass.
Yeah. Oof. That's a bad
I don't
time.
know, man.
So
yeah, not even a frisk is wild.
Something. Yeah.
Yeah.
They
To
did
get
nothing.
him to get into that interrogation room in a normal department where people are doing their jobs, how many
You're walking
searches
through a
should
metal
have been-
detector.
At least.
Yeah, like how many people would have had to search him to get him that far in?
So the arresting officer
jail
before they
itself
get
was
in the
searched, right?
car. So he didn't go in the jail.
Oh, he didn't. Okay.
So they said the plan was to take him immediately into the jail. But instead he said, I want to rat on some people. So they took him into an interview room. But still, the arresting officer, before he put him in a vehicle, should have searched him.
I like how
And then whoever took custody of him at the jail should have searched him. And then he should have walked through a metal detector.
Somewhere.
How do you walk in a police department, walk to an interview room, and not go through a metal detector?
I do laugh. I didn't realize Keith was in the chat. And he's like, you're one of those someone's ass. Well, I'll tell you what, you mess around, you mess up in front of Keith. Keith will check your attitude very quick.
Oh, you pinned him. Okay, I was about to pin him. I'm like, why can't I pin him?
I pinned it. Oh my goodness. So yeah, we took points from everybody here. This was a you know what? Hold on, except for suspects, I gotta take some from them. Way to be a D-bag. But gotta protect people from themselves.
Also,
people do dumb stuff.
Is he in custody or is he in custody?
That's my question. Is like they were being very cool with him. about the smoke breaks and all that stuff? Like, were they questioning him on something separate, something he was kind of involved in? Like, what's the...
I don't know. This is weird.
Yeah, the whole thing's weird. Okay, we are on the spicy, the Uber. Like, it's nothing but super chili peppers after this. So
Sarah's mad. You didn't keep playing the video.
Oh my God! If it's not worth it, we will take points. Oh my goodness! Here, we were right about here.
Go there to Jody. Go to Jody first. Go to Jody first.
Okay. Though I understand you want to help your fellow officer that got shot, do y'all not have any medical, like anything for this fool, right? Like, it's 2022. Nope. They should have something. Or move him and drive him to a hospital. Like, literally just scoop him up. If I have nothing else I can do for you outside of stand here and watch you die, I'd be scooping. Bro, I would ruin my back if it meant moving anybody just to get them to medical assistance as quickly as possible. Man.
Yeah, I mean, standing there over them in the parking lot isn't doing much.
Right. And the reason we're bringing this up is if you ever find yourself in the unfortunate set of circumstances that this happened and you happen to show up, put your thinking cap on, you know?
Oh.
You know, the guys at OnlyCops were like, hey, contribute, as opposed to just bear witness to this shitty situation.
She said you can go to the end and they'll detail how many people skipped the search, I guess.
All right.
Earn that
13 times, including a fatal shot to the head. Kentucky State Police spent the following week interviewing local law enforcement, including members of the SRT, the guys who first took Roland into custody.
Do you think there's anything that you or other law enforcement could have done to differently change the outcome of this situation?
Just probably searching people to the full extent.
Well, yeah, because, okay, so at the beginning they said it was like a 9-person SWAT team that got this guy, wasn't it?
Because it was like a standoff, right? Oh my God. I'm pretty sure that's what I heard.
Yeah.
Searching people
to the fullest extent. What a fucking sentence to come out of your mouth.
As opposed to
he
what?
Might have cooties, and so we didn't want to touch him.
You know what happened? I can tell you exactly what happened. SWAT was there. This guy barricaded himself. No telling how long it took. They got tired of being there.
Right.
They called in a patrol unit as soon as they got him in custody. Patrol unit shows up. They open the door, shove suspect in there. Patrol officer says, "Did you guys search him?" And they're like, "Yeah, dummy.
Yeah.
We're the SWAT team. Of course we searched him." That's how that went down.
I tell you what, not to throw shade, but you know who you are. APD Narcotics hoed me a few times like that.
Well,
bro, I'd get called because they were doing shit in our area, right? I need patrol to transport one. Like, why? You have a car? Bro, for real though, search somebody and be like, yo, what the fuck? Like, y'all search this guy? Oh, yeah. Thank God I don't trust y'all. Bunch of narcs.
I wouldn't trust anybody.
More thorough, sir.
Seriously.
It could be the chief.
Seriously.
It could have been the chief telling me.
It is on you.
Oh, search this guy.
It is
cool,
on
man.
you.
He's getting in my car, so I'm going to search him.
Yeah. It was policy for us. Pretty sure.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, and I was good with it. I'm good with it.
It absolutely was.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Anyways.
Search. Obviously, I know we searched him. Obviously not good enough.
I wish I'd done something different, but I can't think of something that I can honestly sit here and tell you that I would have done differently. Search or better.
Bro, if you can't think of anything and you were hands-on this person.
9 people. A 9-person SWAT team. Duh. I'm not saying he should have been searched 9 times. I'm just saying
somebody should have found
9 people.
And just
8 people can watch one guy search him.
At least. Hey, you missed something.
That's great.
Yeah.
This is a psychological phenomenon called diffusion of responsibility, which is where a group of people
trust but verify. God bless it.
Decide that it's someone else's responsibility to do all of the thing, and then nobody does it.
Yes.
And then a deputy dies.
Yep.
Or
it's like, hey, bro, did you search that guy? Yeah, bro, of course I did. Mm-hmm. And then another guy, hey, bro, was this guy searched? Yeah, bro.
Or just assuming someone else did it without even bothering to ask. More than likely.
That's probably what happened. Yeah, you're probably right.
They're
That's
like, well, somebody
exactly
must have searched him, right? There's 9 of us here.
And don't get me wrong, like, Are mistakes going to happen? Sure. But, like, yeah. That was enough people here, dude.
But that's really why you have procedure and policy and all that stuff, really, is to make it to where, like, you don't even have to think about it because it's just what you do.
Yep.
Oh, man. This has not been an easy story to cover. The facts are raw, real, and heartbreaking. We're not just showing you video to show you video.
You're editorializing now. Go away.
Legal disclaimer or whatever.
Nose goes to search. Yeah, I don't blame you on that. I'm not kidding. Did we see this one?
And then next time you see me, it'll have it.
Light gray box at the bottom.
Light gray.
Yeah, just down there. Perfect. Not an admission of guilt, just saying that you show up on before the court date.
Bro. The Mandela effect.
Okay. I don't have to as long as it's paid.
This is why they OC you in academy.
Yeah.
This
well,
is
he's
not the first
hitting
time
him with the baton and saying, get back.
I tell you what, you OC'd me point blank. Bro. There's this part of me that Jesus, for the most part, is fixed. But the old me would come out of that. Right? It would creep up on my shoulder and be like, it is time. Let me do it. I'm like, okay. Just this once. Bro.
Frags said, I used to teach searches. I would have 3 to 5 students show me how they would conduct a body search on me. Not a single student ever found the airsoft 9mm Beretta hidden into my crotch. Beretta 9mm.
I'm not surprised.
That's you go all the way up. You go all the way up. Back of the hand, though. Don't be weird. I'll tell you what.
Zach, they don't get partners.
Stop!
This guy gets pretty tuned up, probably.
Hey, start me another. Start me another.
What body cam is this?
He's like modified mount. He that's the reason why is like the body cam's literally on the person.
Oh no! I meant like literally look at the text. I've never seen this.
This is kind of weird.
Because it's not a Motorola, it's not an Axon.
No,
I'm just curious what brand. I've never seen this one before.
Stop!
My boy got OC'd and he's still being cool.
Weird.
Shout out to this guy. Bring back robot cops. This guy straight got OC'd and assaulted, and he's still giving this guy commands.
He went full stoic. He accepted his circumstances.
Oh, for real. Was that a knife?
Yes. Chad said he had OC and a knife.
Oh, screw that, dude. This guy's getting the blaster.
Stop!
I have nothing left. Just do me a favor, man. I've done my life.
Yes!
I only ask.
What do you need? Take the knife away from him.
Sir? I only ask.
See, drop it. Sir, drop it.
You do me this favor.
Fuck that.
Sir?
Step on his fucking wrist.
No kidding, dude. Step
What
on his
are we
neck, I don't
doing?
care.
I'm gonna be
I'm
honest.
so tired of this
Here,
fucking
here,
asking bullshit.
Just so we can have a one-on-one here, chat. This guy.
Come a little closer.
Here.
I want to join the one on
A little closer.
Yeah.
There it is.
Here we
Yeah.
go.
Oh, I
Is that
can't
what we're
wait.
doing
Perfect.
this?
Perfect. Yeah. Knives are deadly force objects, right? Like your intention. I got the long boy lens.
That's as close as it gets.
So, knives it's deadly force, right?
It's deadly force.
Right.
You could send your thumb through this guy's brain.
I'd love to do that. And big brain oil.
I don't know, man. It's a deadly force encounter. Let's treat it like it's a deadly force encounter. Stop. Y'all need to chill.
But sometimes we don't mind it so much.
Where's that? You remember the guy that straight murdered that suspect last week? Like, bro, it was assaultive resistance at best. Like, he shoved him a few times. This dude drilled this guy in the face with a 9mm. I was like, that's murder. We needed that guy for this call. Although he'd probably just be dead too, but that's fine.
Sir, drop it! Drop it, sir! Sir, drop it! Please drop it!
Try to stop resisting.
Don't hurt anybody! Please.
My brother in Christ is bleeding. Help, my bro. It's whatever.
Get on my radio. Please don't drop anybody. Don't drop it. Sir, drop it. Sir. Stop.
You spit on him? Bro, tune this fool up.
I got nothing to live for. 22?
Yes, you do, buddy. You have everything to live for.
No.
Yes.
I'm supposed to be in prison today. I ain't doing that.
There we go.
Stop, dude. You okay?
604 medical. Here we go.
Hold his arm.
Yep.
Don't you move. You understand me? I got get up. Need help, sir. I got nothing left. Hurry up.
I hate to say this, right? Hate to put this out there in the world. Man, I'd like to be that good Samaritan showing up just once.
Could you imagine?
Oh, I would just dome the dude.
I had a we'll call it a candid conversation with somebody one time, but I would legitimately apologize. I'm like, I don't know what you did in this world, my friend, in this life, my friend, but the fact that Providence brought me here to be the random person to show up, like, you played yourself somewhere. I don't know if it was a previous life because I don't believe in that kind of stuff, but let's say that's real.
No.
You done messed up, Aaron. I'm sorry. Let's do a quick prayer for you, brother, and say hi to Jesus for me. But like, are you kidding me? Like, what more clear of a ROE do we need? At the very minimum, this fool's getting tuned up like a lot. I'd be like, well,
if he
say
listen,
goodbye to using your hand ever again. Like, you know,
if he still had the knife in his hand and the cop couldn't control it,
yeah,
I've got a very quick single solution for you.
Like, look, dog, and it's not like the cop wasn't minding his own business, was doing some POP policing.
Right.
He's probably giving this lady a warning, like, hey, like,
he's probably a traffic cop.
Slow down,
like,
you know. Bro comes up, OC, first of all, mad disrespect.
Yeah.
What was his intent? To blind and then kill the officer?
Mm-hmm.
It's not a complicated equation here, dog. Like, bro, I'm gonna give mad prop. This guy showed an incredible level of self-control and valor, I would say.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm like, bro, this guy is getting points. That was incredible. He got involved.
I think neutral. No points awarded, no points taken away.
That's what I was about to say. I want to give points for getting involved. I'm just very disappointed to the extent of
you
which.
were as involved as a witness.
He did get the knife out of his hand 10 minutes later.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mac Daddy. Yes.
I'm still
indeed.
going with
Cue the Assassin's Creed music.
Neutral. I still say neutral.
Yeah. I'm going to take some points from suspects just because that was a dirtbag move on his part.
Yeah.
You know, if you want to control alt delete, be a man. Do it yourself. But,
yeah, and then he said, I'm going to prison today. I would have said, son,
bro,
you're going in the ground tomorrow.
Yeah, bro, what are we doing here? Like, it's upsetting to me.
Encouraging words.
I guess, dog. That's upsetting.
You've got everything to live for, buddy.
Jeez. I don't know, man.
Just kidding. Your wife left you. You're a loser.
Oh my God.
You've got a small dick.
Okay.
He's gonna just take that sound clip and play it in his ears every night.
Yep, every night.
He's gonna fall asleep.
Oh
Is
my
that on
God.
loop?
Man, clip it. That's at 2 hours and 31 minutes. Okay, more spice. That's spicy.
Can we find out where she's at?
Gross. He doesn't have his handpiece.
Yeah.
Emu, you could never upset me.
Yeah, Emu picks these videos. I wish I could say the same thing. If she held out Loki in response, I would abate or assuage any upsetty spaghetti that I get. But yeah, I'll be picking some heinous videos for me on this.
I need to watch Boondock Saints again.
Yeah, it's stupid. I was reading it and I realized that's what it was. I was like, oh my God.
Great movie.
Oh my goodness.
We need to do that for movie night on the Discord.
Right. I'm 97.
Emu, we can talk about that off of a live stream. Send me his name.
But I tell you what,
I can come up with some heinous.
I'll
things
be
to say.
I'll be in Cleveland. Oh, that's as close to Canada as I've ever been in my life.
Hey, I'll be in Cleveland too.
Are you going to GunCon?
Yes, buddy.
Bro.
Also, did you see who's sponsoring the range day?
Yes, I did. Is that who you're going with?
No, I'm going with Ross Martin, but I'm going to try and see if I can't get a little hookup.
Dog. Yeah, I'm going. I'll be there on the 27th and 28th. I'm flying in on the 26th though. We'll go have dinner.
I go. Yeah, I fly in the 26th.
Dog, I'm about to slide into your DMs like, dog, where are you staying? Bro, like,
why don't you just call me? You have my phone number.
I'm about to tell. It's more romantic when I say it that way.
Okay.
I'm about to tell Bobby he's got a room to himself. We're trying to cut costs. And I was like, oh, no, you have your own room. I have somewhere to stay.
Yeah. Don't spit on it either. Just slide it in.
I'm just sliding in, dog.
Who am I hooking up with? What are you talking about?
Me?
Yeah, Josh.
That's the only hall pass we get right there.
Producer Juan always turns me down.
Yeah.
Yeah. I sit in the chair.
Oh my goodness.
I think it's too much.
Shannon, if you're in Cleveland, we will take a selfie. Though. We will indeed take a selfie.
I pay for my travel.
For Pride Month, it'll be the end of Pride Month.
It'll be towards the end. Yeah.
We could go real hard here.
Send that thing out with a bang.
And I mean that. I mean that in every way possible.
Oh my goodness. Okay, we got it. It'll be Axon T-shirts and Guardian.
What do you mean
lights on
finally coming out?
Bro, have we not been sussy since day one?
There's literally a picture of us holding hands
For
in
real?
a kid's paddle boat. We almost sank it.
Y'all miss the. If you're not part of the Discord, you guys are missing out.
Oh yeah, if you're just a YouTube person, I'm sorry.
You miss. You miss all the fun.
Frag, I don't know if we'll have time for that, but that does sound cool.
Hey man.
We do unfortunately have to go to work.
I would be at work. Yes.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, all these people just like walking around. This is pretty typical. Some poor ladies being held hostage, and everyone else just chilling. Bunch of able-bodied men here. What are we doing?
Where is she? What is she wearing?
If you want to see some real gay shit, get in the Discord.
Hey, everybody move out the way.
That's very true.
Everybody move out the way.
Insert Discord advertising.
Get out the way.
Where's our mod with the link?
Hey, put the knife down. So,
I'm not saying this is a lethal force situation.
But the backstop.
But is there a good backstop? No, but there are better ones.
You could move to the right a little.
Just
I
a
think,
little.
Probably.
Just a little.
Maybe.
Also, maybe like yell at
not
everyone to go away.
Maybe not get all the people getting off the bus right now.
Yeah. Pretty wild. Now, do I have this? Your boy gets paid to shoot guns now. Could I drop an A-zone hit at 20 yards with iron sight? Sure. But I'm like, y'all need to chill. I just saw it. Pin it. Oh, we can't pin our own comment.
Can we change the name?
I think I have the power to change it for a week.
Oh man!
Finish celebrating Pride Month. The Discord. It's pretty top tier. Anyways, for the educational side of the stream,
our old banner, the SpongeBob one with the
yes.
Anyway, educational something backstops.
This is not an optimistic shot here.
Something about backshots. I forget what you were saying.
If you're gonna take it, but at the very minimum, backstop should be it's the fourth rule of gun safety.
I hate back shots. They're so messy.
Yeah, they are.
Hey, put the knife down.
Okay, who's got the knife? This lady's got the knife?
Yes. Yeah. Why are we not? This is.
This seems like
here
an
it is.
easy shot.
This
Here
is
it
a
is.
very simple equation here.
And honestly, and this is, I understand maybe not feeling comfortable with doing it, but you know how easy this gets when you make it point blank? Just run up there, grab said hostage, and just kind of boop them, you know? And that might seem, the de-escalation playbook would say don't draw a line in the sand. That's the discussion they tend to have, right? But conversely, my counter argument to that is in a situation where somebody has decided to leverage another human being's wellness, right, for their gains, they've forfeited their rights to de-escalation techniques, in my personal opinion. Is there a situation where they're maybe just holding them? Sure. Talk all you want. Worst that's going to happen is a VNR, and I'll take my chances, right? Yeah. But that you are one step away from this dude taking a life-ending injury to any part of his thoracic cavity, his neck, any of those things. They could just decide. The same way they just decided that day that taking someone hostage at knife point was a good idea. How much bigger of a stretch of the imagination. And again, all of the verbal de-escalation commands you're giving to someone who thinks it's a reasonably good idea in that moment to take someone hostage. If you have an opportunity to alleviate that threat, you take it. That is your job. That is why you get given a gun.
How many holes do you think she could put in him before he got a shot off?
Oh, dude. Not to mention, once that starts happening, how much more that target's going to move. He's going to try to get away more. She's going to move more. You're likely putting holes in the guy. You know, at that point, de-escalate their temperature.
I don't know.
Patrol rifle.
Whoa.
Whoa. Anyways.
Yeah, get shot. Put the knife down.
Well,
another
dog's the backstop. They can't do it.
Another Yorkie not helping.
Now this guy has to die.
Yeah.
I would have preferred the shot
before
3 seconds ago versus this shot.
Honestly, or just close the gap. You already know the situation you're in. The further away you are, the more this like mall becomes your backstop.
Yeah.
I legit, and it only happened once in my career where I had to do it. But we just happened to be grappled with a dude that I said, okay, I'll make this equation real easy. Either you get a 9mm through your temple or you give us your hands because there's blood all over this living room. And I don't know what you're reaching for. Could be your junk. And in that case, cool. But
could be.
Could also be a knife or a gun. And we're not playing that. But yeah.
Hey, get down.
The Yorkie led the hostage here.
Put the
Y'all
knife
are
down.
wild.
I was trying.
Oh,
that was a bold shot. But shout out to him for taking it. Secondary stuff.
I have to retrain that canine.
Get up.
Ooh, bro.
That's a lot. Ooh, that's a lot. I hope
have
that's
that knife.
hers. That poor dog.
I have that exact same knife.
That is a.
Cut cheese with it today.
Nice. Let's see.
You could put a lot of holes in someone with that knife.
Yeah. Began CPR. No kidding. You don't
That's
say.
not going to do much.
Dog for now, notice A-zone hit to the cabeza. That'll do some adjustment. That'll cease and desist all hostile actions there.
That de-escalated quickly.
Weird. Like that. It was like, you know what? I'm going to make safety. Just like that. Crazy. Though better, the decision could have been made faster, but the right decision got made. It is a bad outcome. Anytime somebody dies, it's a bad outcome. However, it was what you got paid to do. I give full points here, dog. That was, the guy had some stones to take that shot. That was a much more, not to go and glorify the violence here, but
it was a bad outcome based on that person's
right. This is a very limited set of circumstances.
Put the knife down.
Like a bad outcome would have been the hostage.
Jeez, that is a shot and a half right there. Yeah, that's a those A-zone hits you see in like USPSA competitions that are like occluded.
I wonder
They're 4.
I wonder if the dog was hers or if the dog was the guy's.
It was involved. You know, I'll give you know what?
Just a random dog.
Even though it's a hamster, we'll give some points for Good Boys for being involved. Taking it from suspects.
It going up to them like that makes me feel like it was one of their dogs.
Right. I wonder if it was domestic.
Well,
but I don't know.
I would have thought if it was one of their dogs, it would have been around them already.
Yeah, maybe.
It comes from like way off to the side.
It did, yeah.
I like patrol rifle saying canine deployed. Maybe it's a rookie.
Jeez.
They lowered standards for canines.
That's like a Yorkie.
Mm-hmm.
That was a spicy meatball. We got through that one. Man, more spicy ones. Golly, bro, all the chili peppers, bro. They were on some.
Well, we skipped a bunch last.
Bro, yeah. Shout out to Vigilantes for.
I think it was like 1 a.m. when
we're letting it ride here.
Yeah, y'all are crazy.
Riley, please.
Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Okay, repeat that to make sure
Riley?
I have it right.
Democracy Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Democracy Street. Nice.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
Outcome: lady is deceased. 30 by 30 canine.
Lady got what she wanted.
Yeah,
situation.
That was consent for sure.
Dude just came and knocked on the door like he was giving me flowers, plowed in, and had some kind of stun gun. My boyfriend and I tried to tackle him down. He just left. It might have been my ex-husband who I have had 11-year unfortunate journey with, domestic violence protection orders, etc. I thought I just heard something in the back. Did you just hear something in the back? He's in the street. He's in my porch. He's in my porch, right?
Now, this is a law enforcement matter, and you should call law enforcement to solve these problems. Solving these yourself are terrible ideas, right? You don't have qualified immunity when you intercede in things like this. However,
but if there's not a witness or
other
party to show up in court,
to quote the Bible, men should love women and other people like they do the church, which means you should be willing to die for them, right? A part of that's also deciding that if someone's trying to hurt your wife, hey man, or your girlfriend, like depends, you know, if you're in the dating phase, that's a mixed bag, but you're in the married phase. This is a pretty easy solution here.
Very easy.
Now, could be and was
depending on where you live.
If North Carolina, I doubt it, but if North Carolina has like a duty to retreat, maybe this is a bit more complicated. Like it's not like a stand your ground kind of place. But hey, man, that pacifism is not tasting so sweet right now.
Right now, he's banging on the door.
All I'm getting at is like, dog, like you're trying to hit boot Megan, bro. You're getting blown away by a 44 mag. That's a bad time. Like for real, that's probably too small a gun as a prop gun. Yeah,
same side. This is way lighter.
He can miss, and you're still probably having it. Yeah, he's still having a pretty bad time.
Like I don't have to shoot you. It doesn't have to be loaded for me to just take you out.
That's SBI for sure.
He's here. Come quick, please come quick. He's gonna break down the door.
Also a
He's
spear.
breaking the door. He's breaking the glass.
I would just take a light stand because that's easier for me to grab.
That's true.
He broke the glass. He's coming in.
Bro.
Okay, you said he just broke down the door, is that correct?
Get a spear.
He broke through the French door glass, yes.
Get a knife.
John here. Stab him with this screwdriver.
Oh.
Oh my God!
That would suck.
Yeah. Oh my God!
Oh. So husband had shotgun, or ex-husband had shotgun, boyfriend. But he might not be with us, dog. That's a bad time. R.I.P. Now I feel bad for criticizing, but don't be like that guy. Also, bro, it's free to move on. Like, well, hold on, we're suspects. Ain't got no time for this. I have zero bro. I have zero
Doesn't
sympathy for
cost you life in jail.
these kind of like you're robbing a
shot by
you know
cops.
you're robbing a bank or whatever. Like I don't, you're still a d-bag, but like at least it's not like this. You know.
I'm gonna start a kids show with puppets to teach like little
Bro,
suspect children
for
to
real.
move on their
What?
weekend
What are
life.
suspect children, Juan? Huh? Do you want to explain
Anybody,
what
really.
suspect children are? Bro, Juan's a little too high up on that shade chart to be saying stuff like that.
35 on Democracy Street. Apparently, the subject has a shotgun.
Talk about my people.
Bad time. Oh, 320. Put a baby Jesus in the chat for old boy here. Woo.
That's what took our boyfriend.
No kidding. Something else. I really hope this is not the offense location he just parked at. I'm assuming, hopefully, that he staged. You got a known armed subject. Just free advice.
Right in front of the house.
Let's not do it right
Sure
in front of the house, right?
Sure seems like he's right in front.
Whew. That is a good way to. That is a surefire way to get shot. This might be a day shift guy at the end of his shift, and so he's not used to considering stuff like that. But I would kill my lights and sirens like a mile out. Like like I'm still driving fast, and I get it. I might get written up for it, but it's better
Whatever.
written up than
It's better than
dead.
getting shot.
Exactly. Despite Juan's insistence that it's the other way around. Or that one guy. That's
Raleigh
Marine.
424, I'm saying, give me the numbers.
You don't even know?
44.
Oh, they might.
Mother.
Shots fired, shots fired.
Oh, he might not know. Yeah.
Shots fired. What's going on, 424?
I'm outside the house. Got multiple shots fired.
Oof. She gone. Probably.
Hey, man, wait till somebody get there with you guys.
Go! I'm outside. Got myself covered behind the vehicle.
You have
You're
concealment
concealed.
at
You ain't
best,
covered.
dog. Yeah.
Move!
Two more coming, man.
Bro, get off the radio. So, I'm not saying he's doing the wrong thing tactically. From a survivability standpoint, getting off the X, trying to orient yourself on what's going on is probably a good idea. Also, get into a gunfight with a shotgun inside of 50 yards is a bad time for you if all you got's a handgun in your hands, right? However,
But how do we not have the address here?
right, and maybe she didn't provide it. She just said the street, right, or whatever. Maybe that was the case.
Maybe.
So I don't know what's going on there, but should he get his AR? Yes, but he might not
I'd be
have one.
Curious how prominent the
has
numbers are on these houses too.
Yeah,
because I've done pictures in
Oh,
areas like this, and
dude,
it's hard
also-
to-
Yeah, because they're what, like townhomes or
It-
whatever.
yeah, so they're
the
really more
numbering
like
could
unit
be
numbers,
yeah, and the
Yeah,
numbering
it's
could be
like a
messed
unit,
up.
yeah.
They're inside the patio, inside the yard. It's real annoying.
And it doesn't mean that the suspect didn't already move from that offense location. You know what I mean? You have no idea. I'm okay with how kind of loose he is as far as not knowing what's going on. Gunshot sounds can move a little bit and be deceptive about where they're coming from, especially in like
Yeah,
a
especially
environment.
dude, like this.
It's a pretty bad situation. However, the only thing I will critique, and this is currently the training now for T-Cole, is I hear shots, I go towards them at the very minimum because I do owe it to the unfortunately unarmed person here to try to provide some level of safety. Now, if you don't know where that is, figure out where it is, but that's my only critique. We're Monday morning quarterbacking that a little bit, but I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt because he might not know what direction to go into. He probably already knows there's a shotgun involved, so he realizes he's pretty underarmed. So he's at this point just being a witness, hoping that other officers can get in there. Maybe he's waiting for an arrest team. That also could be what's taught is, hey, let's get the arrest team and then make the approach. I've seen this in LAPD and places like that. So I'm not going to give this guy too much shit for it, but we would like to see a little bit of urgency. It's likely the problem with administrators. If you know where there's a weapon here, you're probably pulling out a long gun. He probably does not have one, if that's the case, which sucks. Worse, they give him a 320.
Another shot fired. coming from the back of the residence.
Is leaving his flashlight on here
I think he's
a good
just
idea?
stressed. I don't think
Okay.
he
Yeah, I think it's
realizes
stress.
on. Right now, everything he's seeing is like this. He probably doesn't even, like I said, he doesn't even realize it's on. Also, with the street lights out, we can see it because we're looking at it, right? But with street lights, it's not going to be as dramatic or closer to daytime. These look actually rather dim, even if you have a pretty powerful pistol light. On a rifle light, it's a little more obvious, but the lumen outputs in a lit area like this is pretty minimal. But generally, yes, no lights on boot. That's not a thing.
Copy, shots fired again.
Get down! Get down! Get down!
Also, something to consider is I know I got victims inside the house. I don't know. I'm pretty decent with a pistol. I don't know that I'm cracking a round off across 2 streets into a house. That's a lot to ask out of marksmanship fundamentals. This does look a lot like Amber Alert. You're right.
Come on, go, run to me, come on, go, come on, come on.
My boyfriend's dying on it.
Oh, she didn't get shot.
I got one of the females outside with me.
Oh, they're distorting the voice for her anonymity. Privacy being informed or something. Bro, God bless somebody saying it.
Yeah,
get off the.
enough.
You got an officer on scene taking rounds, and we have the need to get on the radio. Like, get out of here. Call dispatch. No reason to get on the radio. Goodness.
Well, I got the female out with me. Shot came from the back of the residence.
Did he self-delete?
My boyfriend's bleeding.
Where's he at?
He probably self-deleted.
I'm out front. Where's he at?
If you go in the alleyway, he's on the kitchen floor.
All right, watch the suspect. He should be in the alleyway.
He's in like a belt with bullets.
Get down behind the car.
Good job on him. There we go. Hey, brother. You're in it. Here. Well, stay
Yes,
locked
come on.
in. Ooh, that's rough.
Part of the deal when you have a rifle.
God dang, dude. You remember?
You go first, my friend. I remember being the only rifle in the city on some nights.
Yeah. Bro. Ugh.
Guess how much I loved that decision to go to rifle school so fast.
Dog. The days you were not there that I didn't get the desk. Ugh.
Oh, yeah.
It was such a bad time.
Yeah.
Hey, Bo, what's your name?
That's rough. That's a rough time.
Yep. Watch this door right here. I got unknown to the right, stairs up, living room. I can see through to the dining room. I'm going to push up to him.
So mentally,
Did they come in where he broke in at?
That's
he
my
broke
guess.
in through
Yeah,
the back?
because he went in through the back, and this is where he's going. So, from a mentality standpoint, and there's a couple. It's, ironically, there's I have a body cam or two that I've shared to the Discord where I've literally been heard audibly being like fuck, or you're anticipating getting shot. Like you're like, all right, this is gonna hurt, but like it does do you some good to psychologically get over that. Accept the fact, hey, if I'm gonna get shot, I'm gonna get shot. It's whatever. Let me just make sure we at least trade, so that the guy behind me can go be a hero, right? I'll be his hero so he can go be mine, right? Literally, yeah, literally. And so the idea behind this is you're gonna eventually you have to cross that threshold. If you got to give yourself a second, give yourself a second, but accept the fact that you're going to get shot and then send it, right? Because what you don't want is to be surprised by it because you're going to back up and then you're stuck on the door and then people can't come in and it's like there's like a weird situation you get stuck in. Accept it. It's going to happen. It's going to be very painful. but go be a hero. This is the time to do it. You'll hear some self-coping that's likely happening. He's already kind of self-coping here. He's like, well, all right, self-soothe and make it happen. But you owe it to this guy on the ground here that's now dying for his girlfriend to get in there and secure it. The longer we wait out here, the longer this guy's dying. You owe it to him to go in there. You got the vest, you got the gun. Go be an adult.
I'm gonna have you guys cover that, and I'll hold the stairs also.
Oh, stresses me out. Oh, that's a bad time. Drag that fool out. Oh, it was all uncovered. Oh.
I got stairs. I'm with you. I need somebody to
I was
help.
going to say, he ain't got nothing here. He ain't got nothing in this closet. And this is the reality of room clearing, especially in like urban settings. There's no clean way to get in this room. All the time that they teach like room clearing, it's always an empty square room without furniture or table, anything like that.
Also, that dining room to the left.
Oh,
bro.
Yeah, dude.
And there's, yeah, I don't know. He could be standing in that closet right there.
Also, you notice here's a clue here that a shot went through that. Oof.
Let me cover this right here. I'll hold stairs.
We're gonna take this.
Do it now.
Who else do I have here that can render aid to him?
Stay right here. We go squirt that way while you keep an eye on that.
All right.
Come keep moving away.
Hopefully this guy's
All right, I got one victim with a gunshot wound in the hall.
Or you mean the guy that did the shooting?
Yeah, the suspect. Hopefully he's
Oh,
gone.
okay.
No, not the victim. That poor guy.
If the dude's conscious, even though he's bleeding out, do you just ask him real quick, hey, where'd he go?
Oh, 100%, dude. Yeah.
He's not going to know, but you definitely
yeah.
want to ask.
Could you at least get like a direction of like, well,
something. What's he wearing? Something
Yeah.
you could also be asking the lady. What's he wearing? Do you know what car he drives? Anything. Any information is helpful. But like
yes.
right now,
Any more information would have helped.
Yeah, because you don't know. They could have a kid, like an adult kid or a guest that's hiding in a closet somewhere. Like try to take, again, you're trying to reduce the neural load on this guy who's having to make a lot of decisions right here very, very fast, all of which could lead to his ultimate demise if he screws it up. It's a tough spot. They're doing fine. I don't think they're doing it. Just
He's also doing a lot for being the guy with the rifle.
Right. Normally,
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you just pin the ears back and you're like, hey, I'm here to do the pew-pews.
But he's like giving commands and he's like, cover this, cover that, check this. Like,
But shout out
I
to
don't
him for taking scene. Like he's taking the scene over and he's like, hey, we're going to run this house. I need you guys to go that way. Somebody to cover this. He's at least someone's doing it. It needs to happen. But you're asking a lot out of an officer to do that. He's crushing it as much as you could crush it given how effed up these situations are. This is a
Holding this.
help this man.
Ready?
Yeah, on you. All right. Keep breathing.
All right, house is clear. Let's get EMS in here.
We still got a suspect on the loose, so
yeah.
I don't know if the scene's secure per se, but whatever.
That was a pretty hasty search to say scene secure.
Dude, no kidding.
Keep talking, Doc.
What have you got for first aid?
Let's clear this. Here, lift them up. I'm waiting on them to clear here before I was doing it. Contact in the garage!
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So this guy's in a gunfight by himself. It's a doorway, dog. You done played yourself. You decided to go be a hero. Time to do hero shit.
There's a big garage, and we're saying
Scene secure. Could you imagine if EMS showed up?
There's a big garage with cars in it. It's weird how many places a person could hide.
Also, something else to consider is like secondary searches, because you would have had to conduct like under the bed, inside a closet, stuff like that to do secondary, like to truly make the scene secure. In a situation like this where a number of victims is known, I got one. Bro, get him out. You got enough officers there? Bro, like this is our scene now. You load this dude up into a patrol car and take him. Maybe it's not SOPs, but he is going to get stabilized and saved faster getting to the hospital. EMS cannot save you. They can only prolong death or put off death a little bit longer. They are not going to, especially on like a gunshot wound, they are not going to be able to provide to you the life-saving surgery you need to not die. I can't think of anything we could have done better. Well, that was from the old boy in that. Yeah. This guy, SWAT. This guy's got the right idea that he wants to get involved. He's a long gun. That is your job. I'm here for the pew-pews, but in reality, this is his shooting to get into, unless he pushes into this door. But at that point, the guy's armed. I'd go dynamic and just give him the business.
Yeah, what are we doing? Shot fire!
Jeez. Oh, that's a bad time.
Did he strobe him?
He did, but
yes,
that was definitely a shot coming back at him.
Yep. Switch his hands.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. We just took rounds through that. I'm probably just sending that first magazine through that door. Like,
yep.
Even if I can't see him, whatever.
Why not?
That's a fire.
Yeah, it's gonna sound. It's probably gonna get me pee-pee schwacked afterwards, but that's better than standing there. That is a bad time. It's not taught.
Not returning fire should get you pee-pee whacked.
Yeah, that's a ooh. Scene secure though, dog.
Yeah, scene secure. For sure. Call EMS.
And this is a tough situation. I'm not trying to minimize. This is a sucky situation. You're in a gunfight with the dude with a shotgun,
but
inside the house.
Poor tactics made this a
true.
worse situation.
That's true. It made a shorter stake shorter.
I'm sorry, the garage.
He should not be the guy.
You gotta pull out of here, Bats.
Hey, watch that door,
Golly. Just don't say nothing.
Yeah.
So they're
on the other side, right?
They're trapped in this room because they have to cross the threshold.
Better call Step Bro.
For real,
man.
That's a bad time.
Step Bro, get you out of there.
Yeah.
The scene is secure after all. So.
Watch that door, Sarge. Here, you want to keep pulling out? Keep pulling out. I got him.
Bro, I tell you what, go around, smoke that fool from outside the garage. Something.
Hey, watch that door. I'm gonna try and get it on.
Ask the lady for the garage code. Just open the garage door on him.
Behind us. Hold right there.
I wish we had.
You distract him.
I
mean,
right here.
little remote.
Watch that door, Sarge.
or like the little code. You know how sometimes they have that code on the outside where you type in the numbers.
Hey,
Open it from the outside.
Okay, now,
Can't see the guys
Bats.
inside. Now you're just their backstop. They can't see you either.
You okay, Bats? He might be.
Yeah, you would have to plan it well.
Yeah.
But the garage door going up would distract him. I think enough.
Yeah.
Maybe.
What a bad time.
They need the controls like in Star Wars where you just shoot it and then it opens or closes the door.
It opens. Yeah. It'd be cool in a movie, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm with Derek. The pucker factor is like 15 on that one. That's rough.
You just need to throw a flashbang in there. Silly cops.
Oh yeah. The patrol has totally.
10-4. We're going to
Run in there with OC like I do in Ready or Not.
I bet you this door goes to the garage.
Yeah, Juan, we would for sure just run in there and.
Yeah.
So, anyways, I started blasting. Hey, we'd win. Juan and I would be fine. Okay.
I was gonna say y'all would be good. Yeah.
We did that a lot.
We did a lot.
I missed that game.
For Ready or Not, that was a good time.
They had updates, I think, recently.
It's coming out on console soon.
Oh, that's right.
And when that happens, I will definitely.
We'll have to bring it back.
We'll bring it back.
Yes.
Raleigh, we got an officer shot, Raleigh.
Yeah.
6 o'clock. Where's our guys at? Back door. We've got some.
How many rounds does this guy have?
I get and debrief. All right.
See, there's me with the shield.
There's one.
And there's Bill right behind me.
With nods.
Hell yeah.
He's back left, straight through this wall. Okay, when you go in through that, and then immediate right into the garage. Okay, we've.
What's our
angle? It's
Bro, you see, every time I listen to, and don't get me wrong, the enemies were worse. You had organized, terrorists and stuff like that. However, tools at your disposal, dog, mad cool. Literally a flying angel of death could come out of the atmosphere and be like, goodbye. Like, you could, like, I don't know, kill Gundams with the stuff y'all have. It's wild.
Victim said he had a bandolier of shells.
I could buy that.
What was that
I'd buy
freaking
that.
Mexican revolutionary over
man.
here?
Yeah.
Pancho Villa.
Hey, man, he's ready.
He's shooting right there. He can hit us there. Webb, he can hit there. He's shooting there. Bunker might need to go there. Bats is in the back left.
Where's the officer get down? Beat that Foley?
Yes.
Okay, so where's the suspect now?
Suspect is 11 o'clock through. Go through the opening. Immediate right is garage door. He's behind the car in the garage. Yes, correct.
July 15th is the release date. Ready or Not on console.
Not LP. As bad as this is, I can't imagine their fear of admin. Where's chat? You know what?
They're watching the body cam and they're going, "Did you hear how they were breathing? Oh my God. Did you? Did you hear it? He took a wrong breath.
He took a wrong breath right up."
Oh man.
You know those guys cowering with nothing but a Sig P320 in their hands, and that they're thinking in
Right
their
up.
mind, you know what would be
Right
worse
up.
than this guy turning this
If Admin
corner
was here.
and mag dumping us with a shotgun at point blank range, getting fired.
Imagine
That's
if
way
Internal
worse.
Affairs found out we were
Yeah.
here.
Dog.
Man.
They might ask us questions.
They might.
I really hope that my buddies out there get me out of here, but I hope they do it 100% correctly so that admin doesn't come after me.
Better be by the book.
I'd hate to have to turn them in for doing something wrong.
Hey,
They
man.
saved my life.
Yeah.
Are y'all clear? I gotta check my arm.
Yeah. This is one of the
Yeah,
worst
I
I've
think
seen
so.
in a while.
Sir, this is the Raleigh Police Department. Would you mind putting your gun down and coming out to us?
Let's de-escalate.
Can you at least talk to me?
What's additional support going to do?
Have more. Oh, maybe that was a control delete there.
Maybe.
Oh, Poofy, what's going on, homie?
Who doesn't want to talk
Look,
to
man,
me?
we just want you to come out and talk to us.
Hang tight right there. Hang tight right there.
Just want you to come talk to us. Put the gun down.
Yes. Now we're tracking.
Bust that garage door down. Yeah, I think that's what they meant.
Okay. I'm good with that. I was just thinking, like, what are you
That's
going to do?
the-
Like, put so many officers
just
in
more
this
people.
house he suffocates? Like, it's like you're going
Let's
to just
breathe
be shoulder
fast.
to shoulder with the guy
Yeah.
so he can't move? Smother him to death?
He runs out of a push left, so I might push you.
That's fine. Just boot that garage door. I need a roof. We're going
It's so cool. Seeing that thing in person.
It's pretty cool.
Minus
Yeah.
the lights. Minus the lights that they were flashing in my eyes every fucking day.
Pretty cool.
It was cool.
That's it.
You get it to win it, brother.
Thunder! Hey!
Bro, hold on. He went straight to slide lock. Stand by. Hold on. My brother. Hold on. Who are we sending here? Oh. Oh, that's a bad time. This is a SIG P320. You can tell by the takedown. Damn.
So they're designed to only fire when it's negligent.
Oh my god. Oh, I'd be pissed. I wanted to make fun of staccato for a half second, and then I realized it's not that. Oh, I can tell, but this is the SIG optic too. Oh, that's a big oof. You know how that'd be the last day. I would strip the mag and spike that thing in the
It's
ground.
almost, dude. It's almost like there might be a new company out there that's going to start selling guns to cops that could replace
Hey, man,
SIGs.
maybe.
Guns that only fire when they're supposed to.
Hey, and I tell you what, that won't do
And
this to
more
you.
than once.
Yeah, that won't
Yeah.
do this to you.
Yeah.
Bro, you were the shield
almost-
guy. This is all
it's
you got
almost
protecting
like-
you.
Yeah. Yeah. I have a new target in my crosshairs.
You should.
Maybe we'll team up with Glock and we'll be like, let's get these dangerous SIGs off the streets and out of police holsters.
Bro, I'm betrayed for this guy. I'm going to have a nightmare about this, dude. Like, I'm going to know because I'm going to be holding the shield like, man, I forgot how heavy these shields were. When did I make SWAT? And then I'm going to look at my hands and be like, oh, no.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to know what's coming. And, that's going to be worse than it actually happening. Yeah, my brother's just holding this thing for giggles.
Just chuck it like a boomerang.
Oh, we got it to work, I think. It worked. There you go.
Push it up! Push it up! Push it
Did it
up!
work?
It got back in it. Yeah, I can imagine. But did boyfriend make it? Did boyfriend make it? I need to know. Oh, no. We spent too much time with the scene secure. No.
That's it.
Did this just happen?
Yeah.
Oh, no. It was uploaded recently.
Oh.
Happened in January.
Man, that's a bad time. It's a pretty short stick. I do think some tactics could have been better, but I think that at least they had the courage to go in and handle up, right?
Tactics could have been better, but again, we're harping on patrol officers that don't do it every day.
Right. Most of them
probably don't get like training.
They don't get the
on
reps.
it, you know?
They don't get and like here where it's like state mandated to have some sort of active shooter training.
Right.
I believe by the end of this year, it's going to be required that at least 30% of patrol has some sort of SWAT equipment. So like rifles, something, and the training. There's going to be some pretty big sweep in at least Texas, but not every state's going to be like that. And even if you do, you still have to have compliance with that, right?
Yep.
And like, what's the quality of that compliance? And there's other issues, but shout out to them. That's a very short stick to be stuck in. We're going to take more points from suspects because moving on is free. Yeah, that's it for that one. That's a rough situation.
Emu said it was the ex-husband that died.
Yeah.
Shooter. Okay.
Yes, but like
shooter died.
But what about
for
boyfriend
sure.
that got shot? New boyfriend.
Boyfriend apparently lived.
Let's go.
Good.
So
he lived long enough to break up with that chick. Because, bro,
No way, dude.
you know,
they're bonded
that
forever now.
fool is your
Forever
ex,
bonded.
and you didn't like warn this guy. Like, hey, yo, you probably I keep a gun here because my ex-husband's crazy.
Well,
I'm not trying to victim blame here.
maybe.
Really be
All right,
standing
that's
for.
pretty That's pretty funny.
Okay, hold on. Where's chat? You know what?
That's pretty funny.
Poofy's out here.
I'll make that a shirt.
He's got. Stop! Don't you dare! We will get sued out of existence. Oh, that's a lot. Hold on. I wasn't trying to.
Would we?
I wasn't trying to go that hard.
I mean, it might be worth the promotion out of it.
I don't know, Doug. We just get a cease and desist. You're
Yeah.
right.
Also,
We would just get the cease and
technically,
desist.
that is fully fair use because that is
Yeah, I was gonna say
Parody.
as long as we don't do any copyright infringement, right?
So you would just do the
Just
Just
use
make it the-
their
make it the
letters
same
for the
font,
first.
is what it would be.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking. Use their letters and just put like SIG.
and it would be Elf.
Yeah,
Unshot.
yeah.
Spicy. I'm gonna get Juan to make this shirt, and we're totally getting some. Him
We'll
and
just
I.
make it a Patreon only shirt, and that way
I will wear that proudly.
He's one of my coworkers. We couldn't wear it at Shot. It's a Circle Bar shirt. Oh yes.
Yeah,
Hold on.
come on.
Oh
I mean,
my
yes.
god.
Wear it at SHOT
Listen,
Show.
my boss might let me wear it at SHOT.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm super jealous.
Me and Bill.
Or a hat. If you made me a hat, I guarantee I could get away with a hat.
Oh, I can get you a hat.
Oh my God. What have we done? Whose fault is this again? This is Poofy's fault. Thank you.
Poofy comes in
for my
comes in
future
once a
legal
year.
my future legal troubles. Thank
Gets
you.
us sued and then leaves.
Imagine if that was our first lawsuit.
That would be hilarious. Of all of the
That would be-
controversial things I've said.
I feel like we would come out winning on that one because
We would.
It would be a stupid lawsuit, but also like so much promo out of that.
Bro, we'd crowdfund our legal defense.
Dude, the love that I feel like we would get from the internet would be...
Click what link?
For what?
CBS local news.
Hold on.
What is that for?
Body camera released in shooting of Raleigh police officer Max Gillick.
Did she send it to me?
Yes. That was one of the cops that was on scene.
Yeah.
What link?
What's
the
it say?
second man on scene didn't make it. Oh wait, second shot. So he didn't. Okay. A videos captured deadly. Blah blah blah.
Click what link?
It's in the chat.
Oh, I see.
It's above. Yeah. Click what link?
I need to know.
Click what link?
Oh no, yeah. The officer was struck and a suspect and a second man were killed. Okay.
So the
So
boyfriend
the second
died?
man, I guess.
Damn, that's a bitch. Oh, that's awful, man.
If he's the second man. Buxom would pay for our legal defense.
For real though.
He's got deep enough pockets.
He does.
Go
He
back
does
up.
indeed.
Despite his injuries, Officer Gillick. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Officer Gillick was fine, but
He
did
was
spend a
with
month in
the
hospital.
victim, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Got it. Damn, he was real fucked up.
Yeah, dude. I can't imagine, dude. But 12 gauge at 10 yards,
Yeah.
you know? Like, ooh.
True, yeah. That would suck.
Bro, I tell you what, though. A lot of people sleep on shotguns. Dude, an SBS, and bro, I would be I am a surgeon. Like, bro, with a 12. Oh, man. Some federal flight control. I would take that dynamic entry. I'd be like, screw it. We're going to exchange buckshot, but I'm going to win this. We got this. Okay, I clicked the link. I did good.
I did good.
So
I
angry.
did good, sir.
Even I'm
I
just
did good,
frustrated.
sir.
My brain is slow. Okay. Last couple. I think it's like the last two.
I feel like you said that a long time ago.
I'm scrolling. Oh, this might be the last one.
Oh, really? We had a short.
Oh no. There's okay, never mind. I exaggerated. There's three more.
There's
after
thousands
this.
more?
No, just three. They're all short.
This is probably my last one.
There it is. Prince George. This is county. This is deputized.
County police, though.
Oh, is it really?
It's one of those weird ones, I think.
Well, this
they're
is
both.
extra spicy one. Ooh. Oh, we only have two more after this. Never mind. I'm
Door 410. The lady at the front desk said they heard two shots on the fourth floor.
Yeah, well, they at the front desk heard 2 shots.
King 9, I'm getting flagged down by citizens advised. Right there, Potomac Pass. You just pass it,
I would get out of my car.
Sam, what do you got?
I know it's not dispatch's fault. You know what? I can take points from deputies. Get off the radio. God.
Give me the radio, 7-8 knife, 7-8 knife. Drop that gun! Drop it! Drop it!
Dead.
Drop the
Dead.
gun!
Shoot this
Drop
fool
the
right
gun!
now. He's dead.
Drop the gun!
He's dead.
Drop it!
He's dead.
Drop it!
Shoot this fool. There we go. Well, that's
How
not
many
go.
whiffs?
9mm. Most of those were whiffs, but 9mm don't do much. I'll be honest.
Like, actually shoot him, though. Don't just shoot at him.
So this is a knife? I don't know if he's got a gun anymore, but he does have a knife. Smith & Wesson. We're doing all
Did he
right.
have a gun?
He had something in his hand. Hold on. So they said they heard shots. I'm assuming right now in the elevated state that he is, he probably just sees metallic thing in his hand and assumes it's a gun. I'll give him the pass on that. Guy's walking him down. Guy's got some sort of weapon. We have complaints. The complainant's saying gunshots, and they're all pointing in the direction of this guy. This guy's standing out as a disturbed person running around with a weapon. I think he's good. He was good earlier than this. He just kind of whiffed on some of these.
Drop it! Drop it! Drop it!
What?
He's hit him a couple times, right?
He's tagged at least once.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
Quite a few.
American Way in River Haven.
American Way in River Haven.
We're going to slow down here in a second.
Everybody watch out for the
Okay, so you owe it to all these people to get a little closer to this fool. I know, Sussy, because distance is your friend or whatever.
What are we doing here?
This brings it back to that one San Diego incident where they let a guy walk around for like 20 minutes while they all chased him with a gun. Kind of the same situation here. Like, we got a lot. You got a pretty decent backstop. You have brick wall here. I'd be nervous about the kiddo. He's not thinking about these things. He's just stressed about what's going on here. But backstop is good-ish, but this is an optimistic shot at best with the handgun. Here is where rifle makes a lot of sense. Here's also
Especially this guy.
Yeah, dude.
It's a pretty optimistic shot in general.
Yeah, it was optimistic 20 yards ago.
Can an arriving officer just boop them with their car?
Yes.
I brought this up in my de-escalation class, actually, because they were talking about a guy that was wielding a knife, and officers were like, back it up. And I was like, tactical. I literally said tactical boop. And they kind of looked at me like, what are you talking about? I was like, just hit him with a patrol car.
Remember that video in Grand Rapids on the highway?
Yeah.
Where the cop just smoked that dude with his
Yeah.
car. I've never been so proud.
But I mean, like, it's a statistically more survivable hit than a gunshot wound to the thoracic. You know what I mean? If I just hit him,
How fast you going?
and especially because it minimizes exposure to the officer, so we can do multiple boops and we're fine. And maybe I break his knee or something, but at least results matter. He didn't die, and we got to take him into custody. That's our goal. That should be the end goal, is that nobody dies. We let the courts sort out whether or not now they can put you in a set of circumstances where you're like, well, dog, you punched the ticket. You stopped valuing other people's lives.
just saying.
But like in this instance where he's not holding somebody hostage, he's not actively going out. Now he's walking. He's on his way to something, which is why I can articulate the like, hey, Tennessee v. Garner here. There's a discussion to be had. But like right now, we have an opportunity. A solid boop likely disarms, if not incapacitates this guy in a more survivable way than a gunshot wound would, without, especially like with cop MOA happening here. Bro, that's way safer for the public than me sailing this down the street,
Yeah.
Went to that apartment complex.
Right. I can control a car. I'm very good at driving a car. I don't feel good about sailing this, especially if you sail high.
Yeah.
Definitely
I felt
going
better
in the
when
window.
he was by the dumpsters. I feel less good here.
Right.
Yeah.
So just a consideration. This is literally what the crux of the show is to discuss this very thing. I like the boop here.
I just think some courts don't make the best decisions.
Agreed.
So why leave it up to the courts?
It's true. It's also true.
When the opportunity presents itself in a legal manner.
There's that scene from Southland after that
Yes.
kid's OAS. There
Yes.
It is. Go look it up if you don't know what we're talking about. Go look it up.
Go watch all of Southland.
Drop the gun!
Such a good
Drop
show.
that knife!
Drop
that knife!
Oh, look at that. The blind.
Are the bullet holes starting to take effect?
Yeah, compliance. Look at that. Oh, this officer's brave. Let's go.
Get the ticket.
Quite a bit of red stuff on the ground.
Yeah. So he got tagged by one of them, and that demotivated this guy.
You could tell he flinched a couple times.
Get the
Like,
tech kick. Send it fireboard.
Should you cuff him before you go run to get your med kit?
Yes. He's stressed out.
Someone should
I'll
have.
give him a pass because he's stressed out.
Yeah.
He's also
But-
freaking out because he's the one that shot him.
Yeah.
So he's like,
Got a lot going on in his head. He's like, oh, if this guy dies, I'm screwed. Probably what he's thinking. But
Put Potomac Passage and
he's got a lot going on.
American Way Potomac Passage. Put that way. 10-4, Department of Shooting.
There we go. Tactical fanny.
From the fire.
Oh, it's about to be medical kit bukkake over here. That's what you should see. That's what you want to see in this.
Everybody putting on gloves. Look at them.
very smart.
I know.
Now, this is pretty common. Everybody else that was on their way or showed up or whatever is going to kind of stand around real quick. But
Need chest seals?
Yeah, we'll probably need that.
it's okay. Either this guy or this guy needs to take old boy that was involved in this OIS and take him out of the scene.
That's what I was thinking.
There's enough officers here. He's the poor
Why is he
guy's
still here?
now stuck in his little mode of maybe I help, maybe I do whatever. Somebody's got to go and find this dude. Set up hibernation, drops a joke, causes lawsuit, refuses to elaborate, and leaves. Poofy, I appreciate your time.
Put his shirt off. Put his shirt off.
Cut his shirt off.
Who's got scissors?
Not this fool. You're done.
Scissors right here.
You're done. You shoot? Literally, somebody should be like, did you shoot? Okay, walk this way. Somebody.
It is kind of crazy how many times we see an OIS and then the officer just stays there and continues to be involved. It's like,
And that's somebody else's job.
whatever.
That is somebody else's job. That's not his. So I'm not that mad, but
that's a good point, Frag. Why do we have 12 cops here when there's civilians around that might be injured?
No kidding.
Knife is, I kicked the knife back right here.
Who shot?
Why'd you kick the knife back? Oh, because you shot this guy.
All right.
Got it. Who's this guy?
It's a random person.
Yeah, what are they
Scene-
doing?
Scene security's excellent.
I guess. The cops just standing around staring at this dude is crazy.
This is the
34 John 10-3. He's got a knife. Hey, drop the knife.
This guy's like, Joe, not me. Bro, you better believe this fool's life flashed before his eyes. I'm in a hoodie and skinny jeans. Golly. Ooh.
Drop the knife. Drop the knife.
Bro, I'm shocked this guy didn't handle up here. That is wild.
Drop the knife. Drop the knife. Drop the knife. Drop the knife. Drop the knife.
Look at all those people.
Bro, your backstop is trash. What are you doing?
The knife.
What if this guy shot and his bullets were the ones that landed?
Oh, maybe. It kind of looked like he flinched there. That's kind of wild, though. So this other officer is shooting from here. This is, we're going to say, suboptimal. I don't think this officer knows that the current officer we're seeing his perspective from is there. But the
Maybe
officer we're seeing it from absolutely sees this guy, probably.
Yeah.
But let's see. We'll see when the flinch happens.
The knife.
I think it was his shot that landed.
Drop the knife.
You think so? He definitely hit.
Golly, bro, your backstop.
Drop the knife. Get
Yeah.
to cover. Get to cover.
He's very confident in his shooting skills.
They are so lucky.
Shot fired. Shot fired. Copy shots fired.
I'm stressed.
Shots fired.
I'm stressed.
Everybody watch out for crossfire.
Bro, not just crossfire, backstop, dog. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Keep it 10-3. Keep it 10-3. He's dropped the knife. He's on the ground. We got 3 officers making approach. Start fireboard.
I mean, hard to tell on body cam, but they probably knew that they hit him a few times. They're probably just waiting him out.
Step back.
Yeah, if they knew they hit him.
Step back. Step back.
That's your brother?
That's your brother? Oh, he fucked up. That's sad. Real sorry about that. Maybe you shouldn't have let him walk around with a knife.
That's what frustrates me about these situations is like, you have a love. Like, if this amount of emotion was applied to providing care and services for this person that clearly has emotional and intellectual needs, we wouldn't be here, dog. Like, yeah. If there is one universally terrible thing about law enforcement, it's like every marriage that never should have happened. Like, you know what I mean? Like, every, again, mental health person that needs help, real help, and isn't getting it chronically, it's a you problem, man. Were tactics not great? Yes, but the end result sucks. But I'm going to at least give credence to the fact that they showed
great.
up. Yeah.
Or I feel better about it.
They showed up
after we saw the other.
Yeah.
Well, after we saw the other angle.
Yeah.
It makes sense why the first angle we saw, why that officer went about it the way he did.
Yeah. I'm glad they provided care to the guy. I think they kind of left the initial officer. But both these guys were involved in the OIS, and none of them got any kind of help initially.
Yeah.
You said there's a description of why they were there in the description, like what the call was for, because apparently he did a bunch of stuff.
He was stabbing people.
A stabbing call. Okay. 2 victims. Critical stab wounds. Set fire to an apartment. Okay.
Nice.
Domestic related. Oh, shocker.
Oh, he's deceased.
Yeah, your brother. I mean, man, he sounds like a stand-up citizen. Really nice guy. It's crazy that something so terrible happened to him. Oh man, that last part of that sentence that you highlighted—that's just so sad.
That's unfortunate.
Darn.
The circumstances that created this likely avoidable, probably, but with what's happening there, like, you have an obligation to the public. It's gonna rub people the wrong way, but I can't just let the dude run around and work it out at the mercy of everybody else. Somebody else gets stabbed, that's on you. Prior to law enforcement showing up, you couldn't do anything about that initial thing. That's on everybody else, right? But once you're there, it's a you problem, and officers, upon making scene, handled up within the first 30 seconds. They figured out what they had. They made a decision. They're going to have to live with it, right? I think they made the right one. There's some weird tactics. You know what? I'll give them 5 more. There's some weird tactics, but I think that... Oh, no, it's county. Damn it.
County police.
You know, I'll half it for both of us. How about that?
There you go.
They get to stay in the positives, little douchebags. Last one. This was Bill's last one. Oh, no, it was the last 2.
How long is this next one?
3 minutes and 26 seconds.
I'll try.
I think most of these are pretty short.
Well,
like
we can turn a short video into a long one pretty easily.
That is very true.
Nah.
Not in a library.
We seem to be very good at that. With a hatchet? Bro, that book was so good when I was in middle school.
Hatchet was so good, yes.
Yeah.
So
that's what he's asking for, right?
Yeah.
He's like, you got this book? Mm-hmm. I brought this thing in to represent the book I'm trying to get here.
Bro, if he hits this librarian lady with a hatchet, he might as well kick the dog, dude. Like, bro. She ain't doing nothing but trying to provide people literature.
What if she pulled out a shorty and just fucking blew him away?
Could you imagine?
That'd be so cool. Nothing would make me happier.
I would give, I guess, points to society. Shout out to her but yeah. It's probably city policy that they can't carry. Rough.
Because the pen is mightier than the...
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, the Dewey Decimal System is mightier than the Glock.
That's right.
And a slug is mightier than that little hatchet guy.
Bro, girlfriend, run, baby girl. Oh, thank God. She's safe.
She said it's over there.
Emergency
My
dispatcher
goodness.
8876.
That hardcover book could have probably blocked that hatchet.
Bro. Oh, like everybody's just chill.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing. People be weird, though.
What happened? Why does Sam hate Juan? What'd you say, Juan?
What did I say?
I don't know.
Oh, probably
Sam,
my
why do you
joke.
hate him? What did he say? No, your jokes are funny.
It was probably my pen is mightier joke.
Oh.
If I had to guess.
Hi, my name's the Pacific Beach Branch Library.
Oh,
4725
no.
Cass Street.
Oh.
There's a man with an axe in here.
Oh, he's cutting off their
4725
internet.
It's a
Cass.
hatchet. It's not
Yeah.
an axe.
Okay, what is your phone number?
Oh, he just hates
What
electricity.
is he doing with it? He's
That's all.
whacking tables with it.
Bro,
Okay,
run.
stay on the
Bro,
line with
run.
me. You know your name
Bro,
is-
run.
Yeah.
That
Okay,
thing can't
and
even
I'm
cut
sorry, your
through
phone
the
number one more
extension
time. It's
cords.
coming up different.
Yeah.
That's got to be pretty dull.
It's
Is anybody
barely
injured?
chipping the plastic.
Not yet.
Yeah, it would
Okay, stay on the line with
hurt.
me. I'm going to get my officer
Ooh,
started.
yeah.
I was
Baby
not
girl,
going to
it's
hang up on
not
you.
shocking.
run.
My ears are clicking.
He's so
Didn't
slow, though.
Even get up. I'll tell you what. As
He's a
lethargic
regular.
as this dude is, my boy's probably getting the full, like, not John Cena. Who's the guy that does the
Give him the chair?
RKO?
Oh, I don't know.
Gosh, where's my
I don't know
wrestling
either.
people?
I
Just
don't know.
RKO his ass.
The Undertaker
Not the Undertaker. But
No, dude.
from the top of the
Again,
cage.
why can't I ever be we don't go public very often?
That's
Yeah.
true.
But why can't I ever be in one of these situations?
I tell you what, dude, it would be my wife at like writers. She has like a writers club that she does where she talks to like a bunch of different book writers, and everybody else cowers in the corner, and she's just gonna shake her head like this, like, man, I ain't never gonna live this down if I miss. My husband won't be disappointed. Hold on,
Randy Orton.
Randy Orton. There you go. Watch out! Watch out! Watch out!
Hold on.
Anyways.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome.
Bro, what are we doing? I hope it doesn't hatchet anybody. He just looks like
You
he's
could-
upset he's spaghetti.
Fight him off with one of those chairs.
Probably. Bro, everybody, like, bro, what are we doing? I think he only hates technology, though. He hasn't messed with the books yet.
It's criminal mischief.
Yeah. Everyone's able to, like, follow him and point. I'd risk going hands-on on this guy, I feel like. I'm dumb, though. Don't be like me. Don't be dumb. It's a deadly
I'd
force
try
situation.
a taser.
Oh, yeah.
So, well, here's my question, because you say that, but that's with the context of having seen him use the hatchet on the library.
Yep.
Just arriving on that and you see a hatchet.
Yeah. Well, and especially if call text is he's running around hatcheting stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
You're probably
true.
smoking that full. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
Because again,
way to know that it's like
especially
a dull hatchet
especially
wielded by
under
a
stress, the
bad
use
warrior.
of force equation is going to be hatchet is deadly force. I'm going to give him one opportunity to drop it. He doesn't drop it. Say hello to Jesus. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
now, if I had a man catcher,
Bro, I tell you what,
100%.
be putting in work.
Mm-hmm.
Got to make like a little shirt of like some.
What about
cops
that,
running with man catchers? You know,
What about that bowler rap video we watched? Though?
Yeah.
bro, for real though.
It might work on this guy,
To be
but
fair, yeah, that hatchet wouldn't cut through the bowler. It can't cut through a damn thing.
that dude goes,
Thank you, Sam.
the hell was that?
PR24. It depends on the end user, but I think a PR24 would put in work against the dull hatchet. You just have to have the right user.
Yeah. Hell, a baton. Honestly, I think I could take him with a baton.
There you go.
Range
Timer.
wise,
Hey, put your hands up. Put your hands up. Take the axe out. Take the axe out. Put it down.
Bro, oh boy,
Put it
thinking
down.
about being a hero.
Put the axe down. Put the axe down. Hey, get some distance. Get some distance. Drop it.
No,
Drop it.
you got people. You need to be telling these people to leave.
Yeah, come on, dude.
Like, bro, come on now. You're not gonna let these old librarian people.
Drop
Japanese
it.
netrone, yes.
I'm gonna create a scene.
Oh, he's gonna walk towards the people.
Oh, let's make the
What are we
people
doing?
the backstop.
What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing?
Hey, car boop,
Why is he still walking around?
car boop.
Not on the sidewalk. How are you
Oh,
gonna
you
get
could
up there?
totally pop that curb.
Where?
Like,
There's cars. There's that electrical box.
yeah.
Big old tree.
There's a telephone pole.
Now,
a
if this
tree.
was
What? You know
GTA rules, you could boop him with the motorcycle.
Motorcycle. Was gonna say,
Yeah.
Drive right next to him, just
I'd
kick
be
him
down.
over.
I'd be down with a motorcycle boop.
Yeah.
Or like a ride by and kick in the face.
Oh, dude. Imagine a man catcher like a lance and you're on a motorcycle.
So cool.
And you just like, you know what I mean? You could just deploy it and be like extendable. It expand and lock.
It pops out the side, so you don't
that's what I mean.
hit him with the
Oh,
bike.
that's what I mean, dude.
Yeah.
So you'd like summon it. You know what I mean? You just hold out to your
talking
hand.
about it. Quit. Someone's gonna steal this idea and make it. We're gonna lose all the money. Quit talking about it. We need to make it right now.
You would hit that dude like you were in what is it, medieval times or something? Just like.
Wait, I've seen this. Hang on, I got an ad from some random Chinese company. It was they were selling like this fancy like long baton thing that like you push a button, it's lightsaber style where it pops right out.
Oh no, those are cheap.
The only problem is though it's going to come with an audio and a video recording device in it because it's coming from China.
That's probably true. That's probably true. And tariffs.
That's the only problem.
Okay, but the cool thing is though you can watch TikToks on it, which is great.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
That would be fun.
Okay, so we've decided what the optimal use of force would be here, but
yes.
We're gonna see what goes down here.
Motorcycle
cavalry charge, 100%.
This is y'all are stupid.
Dude, honestly, the motors cop should just put his face shield down and run headfirst into this guy like a rhino.
Dude. I'm here for
I've been watching a lot of
we're so desensitized. We watch way too many of these. We're so insanely desensitized.
Cavalry charge takes him out.
Yes, do it.
Drop the axe. Drop the.
Yeah. Okay. So the throwing motion here.
Thank you.
He made a good decision. So they're trying to de-escalate. That's absolutely a throwing. That wind up is going to be what's articulated. That was actually precisely timed.
I was just about to say, I hope he tries to throw it.
Yeah.
I got him.
Oh, easy, old timer. Chill.
I would have done the same thing if it was Axe body spray.
Yeah.
Yes. That is arguably a more deadly offense than the hatchet.
So Bill was right about the car boop. There's nowhere to go. You're right.
Yeah. Motorcycle boop, though. 100%.
Hey, put your hands
Motorcycle
out.
would be
Take the axe
sweet.
out. Take the axe out.
Guys, this backstop blows. I didn't realize it was houses here.
Yeah.
I thought it was the library or something.
That's still
might be the
better
library
than people.
No, it's 1,000% better than people. But
that might actually be the library.
Put the axe down. Put the axe down.
Put it in like a historical building or something.
Drop
it.
Convert Drop it.
Yeah.
Drop it.
Hard to tell.
No.
What do you say?
So they're actually a lot closer than I thought. That or this camera is making it seem like
this guy is.
Yeah, this guy's pretty close.
This is the cop that didn't back up when the other cop said distance.
Yeah, he's saying pretty glued to this guy to try. I don't like the. I still would have liked to have not pivot like that, but it is what it is.
Drop the axe.
It's a messy thing.
Drop the axe. Drop the.
Don't you mean when he spooled up?
Yeah, I mean he did spool up.
Damn. My brother.
Hey, you got it? I'm gonna go grab. I'm gonna kick
this guy. Not even drawn. This guy's got his radio in his hand.
He's got his face shield down though. He's super safe.
He was getting ready to do what you said, Bill.
I know. I'm sad that he didn't get to do it. Imagine if they had distracted him and he came in and just smoked this dude with his helmet right in the back.
Hey, provided medical. You know what? Shout out to this guy. We're getting points.
Okay.
Let's go.
Good.
195 or 5, not 8.
Come on, one more video. I can do it.
We got this.
I'm so tired.
You got this.
So tired.
I believe in you. Last
I'm so
one.
Tired. I'm so tired. Damn, I've been here for almost 3 hours.
Bro, that is a long stream for you. Okay, last one. It's another spicy one, boys and girls.
I still gotta make my Instagram video, bro. It's okay. I can do it.
5 minutes. Well, 5 video minutes.
We're gonna be here for 30 minutes.
Where did she hit you?
Domestic.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
She hit you everywhere?
Yikes.
She hurt you or anything?
3414.
What's the apartment in yours?
You got exigency, homie. We're screaming. Yes.
Did she say help?
Yes.
Clear channel for units on pilot.
Kick.
Credo, what do you have?
Your flashlight guy's just
Sheriff's
chilling.
office!
Give an announcement.
You guys hear? I heard someone yell. That's it. I'm gonna shoot. Let me shoot across over here quick.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
she said? She says I'm over there.
Come to the door!
What did you say, Mark? She says I'm okay. Gotta look at my window. Do you see anything here? I can't fold her.
What are we doing? So yelling I'm okay or not, you have yelling. Inside of a domestic, this lady saying she's getting beat up really bad. You going.
Yeah. She's screaming, I'm okay.
Mm-hmm. Sheriff's office, come to the door. We just want to make sure you're okay.
At least we got lethal cover here. We're not extra dumb.
She keeps saying I'm okay.
He's making her say she's okay. I've been here. Come on, fam. Someone make the decision.
Orange County Sheriff's Office!
Okay, hold on. This is 26. I wonder how long because they've cut a few times. So this is 26. Oh my God, they've been out here for 20 minutes.
Doing nothing. She could be dead in there.
I don't think she's okay.
Okay. It's whatever. I'm upset he's spaghetti, but it's okay.
Orange County Sheriff's Office! Make yourself known!
Good night, Lapine.
Sergeant Bodycam.
How about that? Give me a little kick in.
Damn,
there
that
you
actually
give me an
pretty
announcement.
easy.
Orange County Sheriff's Office inside!
shut up
Make
to
yourself
Sarge.
known! Do it now!
Just give me announcements.
Sarge probably brought the ram.
Probably.
Come to the door with your hands up, I can
Bye,
hear you!
PD.
Residents of 2324!
Movement.
It's just tactical
Doors
flashlight.
Come out now with your hands up!
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have a weapon
Do it
mounted
now.
light,
Yeah. Suppressed. Good.
That was a female screaming yes?
is that a rifle?
All right.
Push it. We're making entry.
All right, we're taking the room. We can hear.
Let's
female
go, Big
screaming for
Sarge.
help.
It's yeah, it is a rifle.
Take
Yeah,
one
it
in.
is.
Oof, what a bad time. Oh. I have no baby PTSD. Good job, Big Sarge.
Sarge is actually moving pretty well.
That's what I mean.
I'm pretty impressed.
So in this instance, here is where rifles get crippled. This is a
Suppressor height sights.
super. Yeah, dude, I think he's got the ramjet, dog.
He does, right?
There's something peeking out in front of that sight. The P2, I'll say
It does look like it,
but this is pretty
well,
nice.
It's whatever.
Kitty cat. Oh, my cat
Must
might
be
be
a
having
cat.
a seizure. Poor guy.
I was gonna say, is he gonna pull up a cat?
Oh no, he was sniffing something. Old douchebag. Thought he was having a seizure. I felt so bad.
He's tricked you from day one.
Dude, I know. Oh, I've actually watched him have seizures. Poor guy. Yes, I'm sending the P2. I have watched 2 P2s break in person, and I have heard of like at least 10 plus breaking among people that use them. Subject matter expert. What I'm saying is the in a short confined space like this, pistols rock all the way. If you have the skill, pistols rock. When you don't have it, I kind of get it. But yeah, rifle, especially with the suppressor, even if this was like a 12.5, like that's pretty short.
Yeah.
I'd make the pistol.
Go over to the right. Let me see your hands. Come out now.
Come on, Big Sarge.
Come out now.
She could be dying in there, folks. She could be dying. So reason I'm articulating this, right? So we know there's for sure a person in here, right? That person was in distress. That person's been in distress now for almost 30 minutes. And we're waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting.
Over 30 minutes because they called, and then how long did it take
Oh,
them
that's
to get
true.
there and
That's
then
true.
find the apartment? It's a domestic, so they staged it until they had 2. Like, you're probably talking 45 minutes.
That's what I mean.
Because, like, how long was it going on before she got her phone and called 911?
And hindsight's 20/20, but like in this instance, it's a domestic. At the very minimum, you know that there's likely bodily injury. We don't know to what severity, but let's assume she needs some sort of medical assistance, or at the very minimum, needs to be alleviated from victimization. How long would you want?
It doesn't matter. You got to
Right.
figure it out.
Right.
Gotta go figure it out.
Is this entry gooning?
She said she was okay.
Oh my God.
This entry is like soaking.
Yeah. Basically.
So you got the buddy in the back?
Yeah. Yep.
You're in there, right? You're in there, but you're not really doing anything.
Yeah. Rifles
There's
moving the mattress.
no real motion.
So
there's no real thrusting going on.
Stop. The interior doors typically fold like pretty easily. Like they're pretty light. If not, they'll break if you kick them. This might be barricaded because this looks like an adult kicking it. So we'll see.
Let me see your hands. Let me see your hands.
Bro, exigency. Exigency.
Sheriff's office. Let me see your hands.
Exigency. Bro, exigency.
All right, this is the sheriff's office. You need to come out now with your hands up.
Oh, what a bad
You need
time.
to come out right now with your hands up.
Reach
her up.
Reach her up. It's an interior door. What are we talking about? He better have a shield or something.
How much stand by one? Hold that.
My brother in Christ. I respect it though.
Yeah, no, you need, when you're soaking, you need somebody to jump on the bed.
You need to stop.
Exactly.
Exactly.
That's the only way the mattress is going to move. Don't you do it. Don't you do it.
You give those back. You give me back my 100 from earlier.
How about this? How about this?
You're not getting those back.
You're not getting those back. You deserve that. Little Duck, what's going on? Oh my gosh. Okay.
What looks like an army, like a little army toy.
Okay, you do not need this for an interior door. This is sheriff's office?
Yep.
Is it?
Yeah. One, for it taking so damn long, and two, for needing this stupid knocker for this.
They didn't use the ram on the first door, did they? Didn't he kick it?
They did, I think, on the exterior, but they didn't on
but
this
not
last
that
one.
first.
Yeah,
I mean
yeah.
the first inside door.
Yeah. No.
I want to do a poll because I feel like that door doesn't even have a lock because it's master bedroom, bathroom, shitty apartment complex. That
It
kind of
might have a lock, but it's definitely hollow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the door
Like,
is
it's one of
literally.
those-
Yeah.
It's like one of those IKEA doors, you know?
Yeah.
But I've seen a lot of these where it's literally just like, because it's like a master bedroom.
Wasn't it like
interior
Randy
thing.
Savage that literally like ripped one of these apart by hand, like on accident, you know? Or
No, it was Rampage Jackson.
Rampage Jackson,
Yeah.
that's who did it. Like totally on
the Ultimate
accident.
Fighter.
Yeah.
Well, he kicked it and his foot went straight through it, and then he just ripped it down.
What are we doing?
Reach.
What are we doing? Yeah, I'd feel weird too.
See? I don't think that thing's locked at all.
Calm down. Calm down.
Bro, did he get stuck? Is my guess.
Who's he telling to calm down?
No idea. But bro, somebody put a suboptimal shot here. Hold on. I need to see if this is a gunshot or if this was a
Like her running into it.
Okay. Breacher's totally screwed here. He's lucky he didn't get shanked. Oh yeah, dude. Somebody Rifleman whiffed here. For sure. I'll tell you what.
Ooh.
Sarge was
That's a
in
pretty big knife.
Yeah, Sarge was in it to win it here though. He went to go block. And he knew his backstop was poo-poo. He's like, screw it, I'm going to tank this first stab. Oh, off switched him probably right there. Let's be honest. Oh,
big whiff.
Now the guy could have ducked. He's grappled. I get it. It's a little sus, but
I'm not gonna.
It's a tough situation.
I'm not gonna critique the guy that
just got
a
stabbed.
psycho.
Yeah, yeah. 1,000%.
Sprint towards him with a knife.
And I'll be honest, not taking the shot the second you saw him, you have no idea where victim is.
Yeah.
Your backstop's legit victim. And so
Also, it's going to take your brain a second to register that knife.
Right.
Because they could have just come out running like this, you know?
Right. Oof, that's a bad one.
Man.
And that's just a sucky situation, but I'm not going to judge him too hard on that one. Ooh, that would be a bad time. Oh, he's trying to put in another stab here. That's another shot there.
Mm-hmm.
Was that a punch to the face?
That was an attempt. It was an attempt. Yeah.
Oh, he's probably going for the hand.
I think he's trying to control the knife.
Yeah.
Bro, shout out to him for that.
He's lucky he didn't shoot his arm.
Yeah. Oh, dude, he's getting drilled here now. He says, now you get the business, brother. Yeah.
Is this another cop?
No, same
On the
one.
left
I think
there?
the other one. Yeah, the one on
Oh
the
my
left came
God.
in to help.
What a Chad.
But
I think that's rifle cop, isn't it?
is it? I'm just saying, throwing your hand in like that.
Yeah.
Could have got shot.
Another one for good measure here. There we go.
Damn.
There you go. Now we're participating.
Oh, she called?
Calm down.
Yeah, dude. She's the one that was on the phone, like, crying earlier.
Oh, so this was a ambush style.
Yeah, dude.
Calm down.
I hope Sarge didn't get
stabbed, right?
Too much, you know? Slice, stab, whatever.
Oh, what a bad time. It ended.
You see his hand? You see his hand fling back?
Yeah, dude.
He probably knew he was about to take a round.
Where's the girl?
I need nothing. We need a medical team in here. Everybody out. Medical team in.
Damn.
That's wild. We in this position here? Inside crime, breach door, blah, blah, blah. Heard bedroom, about 6 minutes. Screaming out of the bathroom. Attempting to stab him. Sarge won. Discharge weapons. The woman who ran from the
Sarge
bedroom.
definitely won.
Yeah, he won that one. That's for sure.
Well,
you don't say.
She's not winning anything anymore.
No. Eugene denied. Deputies removed it from his hand. Eugene alone in the apartment. It's not clear whether anyone else was in the apartment, as Eugene alleged in the 911 call. Investigators believe she was alone in the apartment following the 911 call. No deputies or uninvolved members of the public were injured. Wow, he dodged getting stabbed. That's wild.
Yeah. I feel like he did a very good job of controlling that hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
What a wild call.
That's a great example, though.
Yeah.
You fucking never know.
Worst case scenario, dude, for a call. I'll give him 20 back, despite it taking forever for them to come to the determination that they had exigency. That you couldn't have asked for a better outcome. Well, technically the most ideal outcome is where everybody survives. However, can't go trying to stab people and not expect to hit the FAFO chart, right?
Sometimes that is the outcome that is required.
Yeah. I mean, that was the only good solution there, unfortunately. He made that criteria because if they wouldn't have killed him there, he would have stabbed one or two of these deputies and likely this girl. We would have had the stupid Amber Alert playthrough where this guy's just over there murking cops, you know? I don't know. We'll take some from suspects for being a douchebag.
Yeah.
And society for enabling that guy to become the monster that he was.
But also, like, calling the police, saying you're getting abused,
bro,
and then screaming, and then you run out of the bathroom.
The
Why is
woman
Chad so mad at
was
you?
the stabber?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that was her. She's the 911
There
caller.
was no one else in the apartment. It was just her.
I think the
She
lesson
called.
here is when your victim yells, "I'm okay," you can leave.
Yeah. Yes. The victim
I
on the
took
on
more
the 911
points.
call was the suspect who tried to stab Big Sarge.
Mm-hmm.
There was just one person in that apartment, and it was all her.
I guess that's why I was confused. It's like, where's the chick?
That was the chick.
That was the chick. Yeah.
Yes.
She was just wearing a hoodie.
I recant my statement. That was the best possible outcome.
Yes.
Bro, we'll be going in there trying to like draw people in who are earnestly risking their lives to save you.
Yes.
From a potential suspect.
It was an ambush call. Yes, it was an ambush
Bruh.
call. Or a what she got call. She was looking
ambush
for that outcome.
side by cop.
Yes.
Ugh. This was my biggest
What do you mean,
fear.
Frag? What are you confused about?
This was my worst fear for a call. Body cams. Who had negative 2850? Axon does.
Axon, because they keep falling
Oh,
off.
you know what? We forgot to take points
also,
away.
Tasers failing.
Their tasers suck.
Yeah. That's a bad time. That just like bummed my mellow. That it was the chick that was the stabber.
Yes.
Yes. I only had a handful of calls where I really thought risking my life felt not worth it at the end of it, right? Like I was like, but at the end of it, I was like, bro, for real?
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing here? Most of the time, even when it was like crackheads and homeless people and absolute like strip club going, dope slinging degenerates, I felt like it was the right thing to do to intervene. And everyone's one of God's children, and I do believe truly that the end goal was that we're there for everybody, but the selfish human flesh side of me really had to fight that urge to be like, for real, like I almost died for you and we're doing this bullshit. Like that is a very real human emotion that should be combated at every turn if you're a police officer. But there's a call like that where they all got to look at each other and be like, for real? What a morale. That hurts you more than the cold anchovy pizza left over by day shift that was supposed to help your morale. It hurts you more than that. Yeah. But that's stream. I will give you guys a bit of an after party. I got to tinkle first because this caffeine's going right through me. But thank Bill for staying because he did stay for a really long time. I'm pumped. I need to bug you about GunCon. We're going to hang out.
I'll let you know. We better.
We are.
Are you going to range day or not?
Is that the 26th?
I hope not, because I get in on the 26th.
The same? I'm doing both days, so I'm assuming I'll probably do the range day. I want to hug you. You can hug me. If you can find me, you can hug me. Just be careful on trying to cash that in, because if I don't know who you are right off the rip, I might go poorly.
Don't hug me. I don't like to be touched.
I might go really poorly. But my autism. You're right on the fringe of the spectrum, though. For real.
We've all been touched. Some more than others.
Dude, I am at the pinnacle of being touched. I got touched by too much. So anyways, Russ, Josh, Evan, chill. Anyways, I will see everybody else in the after party. If you want to know what the after party is, it is where we hang out in the Discord. If you would like to join us in the Discord for the debauchery we can't do on YouTube, which is saying something, you could do so by becoming a member of our Patreon group or a member here on YouTube. And for as little as $1 a month, what was this poll? Hold on.
Oh, whether the
door locked. It was, and probably, yeah.
I don't think so. The way that it popped wide open, I feel like it
probably wasn't.
But
anyways, you can join. We'll hang out there. I'm gonna tinkle first. Rule of thumb: never use a battering ram on a normal door. Yeah, 1,000%, dude. What are we doing here? I chuckled when they were breach her up. Like, take a whole step back. A whole step back. Ivana, it was good to see you. I'm glad you made it. Also, Sam. But anyways, I'll see everybody else in the Discord.
Range day is the 27th.
Yeah, I'll be there for that. I'm leaving the 28th, so I'm going to leave, but my flight's really, really late.
What time do you
Negative 23. Okay, you want Keith to be
Let's talk off the internet.
Yes. Hold on. I got to give
About
Keith
our
his
travel plans.
696.
So your flight number is what, Bill?
That's
Here, let me see.
That's between y'all and the TSA. There you go. There you go, Mando. Just for you. Oh, you know what? I can do that for. I'll do that for vigilantes. No, I want to keep their points. You know what? For making a small comeback, I will award vigilantes 20 points. We were at negative 300 earlier, so we've made up some ground here, which I appreciate. Anyways, I love you all. I will see the rest of y'all on Thursday. Bye-bye.